watching. We are obviously virtual only this evening. We have quite a few items on the agenda, and everyone who has signed up and registered to speak online will be given an opportunity to do that. As you would have seen when you signed up to speak, we will be having 2 minutes for each speaker this evening. We have quite a few speakers. We will give each speaker 2 minutes, and we'll give them an additional 30 seconds to wrap up their testimony. If they are unwilling or unable to do that, their mic will be muted, and they will go from panelist back to attendee. We need to keep a strict eye on that because of the number of speakers we have. There are quite a few speakers that signed up for both Bill 97, which is the Immigration Affairs position and office, as well as 98, which is the other immigration bill regarding enforcement. If you signed up for both of those bills and you wish to testify only one time, you will still be given 2 minutes and up to 30 seconds over. If you're not able to get your testimony in, then you will be called, we'll call 97 first. And if you want to testify on 98 as well, separately, we will do that. I think that's about it. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. We have enabled the translation app on the platform, on the WebEx platform. So anyone who is listening can have our voices translated into whatever language they want.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Just to clarify for Mr. Boswick, we have the closed captioning on. If you need to have it translated to another language, you simply select the caret for those who are attending in the closed caption area, and you can change the caption language to another language. There are several, so that the translation is in the closed captioning, just to clarify.
Right, and that is in the lower left of your screen where it says CC and the little arrow that goes along with that.
Okay, great. All right, well,
thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now starting legislative day number 3. This is the work session for January 27th, 2026, obviously. While the county is closed today, we are still here today. We know our crews are out there working hard to get lanes cleared and streets that still need more attention done. I think we've done. I've been out. I feel like our Department of Public Works has done a phenomenal job of getting the roads clear, helping first responders get to calls. Often we've had to have plows go with first responders, especially on Sunday when the snow was still coming down. And I think they deserve a big hand. I know, whenever we have a storm of this magnitude, sometimes the expectations are that, you're going to be back in a day, and, the snow became ice blocks yesterday after overnight, and it's taken a lot longer to get to it. And we knew that from the beginning.
No.
So anyway, we will, maybe we can, there it goes. Good. So anyway, I think we should give DPW&T a big hand, and all our senior staff who've been here over the weekend, manning the phones and working at emergency operations, who've done a great job. So thank you so much. Okay, so with that, our first up is an appointment, and this is for Mr. Brian Shepard to be acting director at the Department of Rec and Parks, and I believe Mr. Shepard's with us, although he seems frozen.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Good, Mr. Shepherd. How are you? Did you want to talk a little bit about your journey in the county and your thoughts on serving as acting director for Rec and Parks?
Sure, very much so. Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, everyone here. It's been an honor to serve for 29 years in the county, and it's especially honoring today to be here before you. I'm humbled that the county executive nominated me to serve as acting director of Rec and Parks. I'm extremely appreciative of her confidence in me and look forward to the opportunity should I be confirmed. I believe that Rec and Parks is one of the most important agencies in the county. It reaches every corner of the county and impacts toddlers all the way up to active adults. Rec and Parks works with all of the stakeholders like your rec councils, your nature councils, daycare, summer camps, the arts, our therapeutic partners. Rec and Parks really has a broad impact. During my time in the county, Rec and Parks has been a passion of mine. In all three of my county stops, I've worked closely with Rec and Parks and the communities they serve, whether it was the council under Sam Moxley, it was the county executive under Kevin Kamenetz, and now at property management for the last 8 years under Deborah Schindel. I have always strived to help Rec and Parks and help the communities with Rec and Parks issues. In fact, at property management, I've worked closer with Rec and Parks than probably any agency in the county. And together we've done outreaching, we've improved amenities, we've streamlined the communication and strategies for projects, and we've built some good capital planning models as well. Beyond that, I'm a Rec and Parker through and through. I've volunteered for the Catonsville Rec Council. I've coached my sons for 15 years. And I saw firsthand how helpful the programming is to the communities and everything that Rec and Parks puts back to the communities. For me, it's important to be able to know that all of the groups and Rec and Parks are important for success in Baltimore County. And I think that my different experiences in the county, my role as a volunteer and a program coordinator are important because I understand what Rec and Parks does. I understand how important our stakeholders are in the process. And I know what works. And I think that with the way the county works, I'll be able to start right up and running. Although, as you mentioned at the start of the meeting, Mr. Chairman, these past 2 winter weekend storms have really pushed me right up and running immediately, more than I imagined about 2 weeks ago when the county executive and I talked about this. Last, I believe that we have to be open and transparent, especially because Rec and Parks touches everywhere. For me, I believe constituent service is one of the important aspects for Rec and Parks to be successful, and I'm most excited to work with everyone there to ensure we provide top-notch customer service. In closing, if I am confirmed, just as I committed to County Executive Klaus Meyer, I promise to be fully engaged and available to everyone. I will work closely with all of you over these next 11 months to make sure Rec and Parks is ready to meet the goals of everyone that needs service and every community that wants service. So I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to take any questions if any members have one.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. I feel like there may be some questions as I can't necessarily see everybody's hand. So if you have a hand up and I'm not calling on you, please shout out. Any of the members have questions for Mr. Shepherd?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councilman Marks.
thank you very much, Chairman Ertel. Mr. Shepherd, I think you were a very, very good nomination. And I've known you for many years. I think your background in property management is excellent and prepares you very well for this position. And I appreciated you meeting with me on Monday to go over some of the concerns that I have. Just to get those on the record, we talked about moving along the Gerst Road Park in Perry Hall, getting planning for the CP Crane property underway, formalizing the responsibilities of the Board, Recreation and Parks Board, and I think we talked a little bit about some of the reimagining efforts, but I intend to fully support you. I would candidly probably support you for the full term. I think you're going to do a great job. Just keep maintaining the communication open with all of us and with the recreation councils. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. Any others?
Mr. Chair,
Councilman Jones.
yes, I want to, first of all, congratulate you, Brian. I think you're going to do a wonderful job. There are some issues that I would really appreciate us diving deep into. I mean, to be quite frank, I find myself in a situation where initially we were going to start charging people that were making an awful lot of money off of our facilities, and that sounded good, and it seemed like the right thing to do, but I've just been inundated with complaints from regular citizens that feel as though they can no longer afford the services we are providing because we are charging for everything. And even when I thought that I got some of this fixed, it turned out to be a little twist. So I'll be following up and having more conversations with you on these issues, but I just wanted to, number one, congratulate you. I think you have the background and the knowledge and experience to do a wonderful job. And I guess wanted to flag some of those items that I'll be reaching out to you for. So congratulations.
Thanks, sir. I'm happy to discuss those with you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Patoka.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shepherd. So I also have concerns about some of the charges that have been dramatically increased for our users, and it's across the county. And some of it, I totally understand the reimagine efforts that went on. And I think we need to revisit it because some of it has just become cost prohibitive for people to participate in recreation activities. But I'll talk to you about that offline. I think we're scheduled to meet. The one thing I would like to ask you to describe to myself and to my colleagues, it sounds like you have a great amount of experience on the capital side, working at property management. Could you describe a little bit of your experience on the operating side of running an agency in terms of the operating side of that agency?
Well, yes, I have already dived deep into the budget process for them, for Rec and Parks, and I was involved in the budget process for property management as well. I dealt with our HR section, I dealt with our finance section, and to me, it's all hands on deck kind of approach. We have fiscal realities here. We're going to have a budget that we're going to have to abide by. We have to make sure that the staff has what they need to deliver the services that we need to deliver over there. We need to keep morale high, and we need to sit there and have an honest discussion about how we can deliver all this. And for me, operationally, I think it's important to make sure that every agency or every bureau in this department has a say in trying to do that and has an understanding of where we need to go and can get that feedback and turn around and deliver a good policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shepherd. And again, want to follow up with you in terms of, I know we need revenues, but we're pricing out some of our users. And so that's of real concern to me. And we'll discuss that into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Any other members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Crandall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, good to, well, sort of see you. I see a thumbnail of you.
I'm still trying to work the camera option on this.
Well, it doesn't matter
setup.
because I think you in real time is probably no better than your thumbnail anyway. So let's not worry about that. But look, you and I go way back, and you certainly served the citizens of Baltimore County honorably, probably under several different administrations. And I look forward to working with you. There are several issues, and I'm pretty sure that you're aware of all of them that you and I need to speak about in the near term.
Sure.
But what I wanted to ask you about was what is your, and this is a little, well, let's just have a little fun. So what was it like to get a phone call from a council member about an invasion of pigs in their neighborhood?
Well, I like to tell everyone the beauty of the county is every day is never the same. And all of these issues are unique and interesting to me. So I like the ability to sit down and tackle tough issues. I like to tackle issues that involve time, involve getting out to the community, involve talking to everybody that's involved, pulling the county agencies when I need to pull them in. So I like the unexpected every once in a while as well. And constituent and customer service for years has always been able to get us that. So again, like I said, I'm hands-on, and I believe that communication is the best way to approach this job. We got to communicate with constituents to call and say someone's on our property damaging their fence. We have to talk about issues where people may be encroaching onto our park property. We need to talk about how we upgrade facilities and what the community wants us to see. Everything that Rec and Parks is built around should start with communication. So I think having those interesting and unique constituent service experiences from when I was with the county council and with the county executive are going to help me in this role, and I don't shy away from them at all. I prefer to dive right into them.
So you're not gonna tell the story
Uh,
of
uh,
how you didn't even believe me at first.
I did not at first. It was one of those "is this a trick on me" kind of call back in the day,
Yeah.
but again, it was like that. I tell you, between that issue, we had llamas in the backyard of Oella Community Center that were coming up to the fence, and kids wanted to pet them. It's like I said, it seasoned me well.
Gotcha. Well, I'm not going to press you. If anyone wants to hear the story, I'm happy to tell it. But you responded immediately when we had that issue, and I certainly appreciate that. And you had the county basically jump into action when we had constituents that had nowhere to turn. But as you know, in the 7th District, we have some issues that we're going to have to talk about once you take on this role.
I look
Yeah,
forward to it,
right.
sir.
You got it.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall. Any others before we move on? Okay, Mr. Shepherd, we look forward to your appointment. And I know you actually have a Bill 526 in front of us, which is a supplemental appropriation from the state for MHAA Banneker interpretive program enhancement. Did you want to talk about that as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. And good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Rec and Parks is seeking approval to accept a $50,000 grant from the state of Maryland to support and enhance our programming and outreach at Benjamin Banneker Historic Park and Museum ahead of our planned 250th anniversary celebration there. The grant does require a one-to-one match, which Rec and Parks can accommodate within our current budget and with our current staffing. Approval of the supplemental funding will allow us to purchase supplies for our planned events, enhance the programs we offer to schools and the public, and allow us to provide additional promotional materials as we expect over 15,000 people to visit the center in 2026.
Okay, Any questions from the members on this state grant? None? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Shepherd. We appreciate you being here, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up, we have Bill 9425. This is from Director Pesterfield from the Department of Corrections, a Professional Development Fund grant. Is Mr. Pesterfield with us today?
I do not see Mr. Pesterfield on the attendee list. Let me just make sure he's not on by last name first. Instead of
Mr. Chairman, I think
Did he
this may
cover this
be,
at the last meeting?
right, we did.
Yes.
I think this one, Bill 94, we had covered it at the last meeting and we
Okay.
had excused Mr. Pesterfield for
Okay.
today's meeting because there were no questions or concerns expressed.
Okay. I thought we had heard from him on it. Okay, so we'll move on to, and what about Mr. Richardson? Weren't these both covered as well?
Yes, those
Okay,
as
so
well.
we have-
90, I'm sorry, Bill 126 and Bill 2-26
Okay.
were also covered by Mr. Mr. Richardson at the last meeting.
Okay, and then we have something from Chief Schindel from Property Management on-call landscaping services. Is that
Yes, Ms. Schindel, I think, is here. Yep.
right? Ms. Schindel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, I think I have the video. Good evening, Councilman Chair and County Council members. The administration's requesting the approval of 3 contracts, Lorenz Lawn and Landscaping, Inc., Classic Lawn and Landscaping, Inc., and Strickland Services, LLC, to provide landscaping services to various county sites. In no event shall the total compensation paid to the contractor exceed the sum of the county council approval appropriated amount during the entire time of the contract. This agreement is a 1-year contract with 4 one-year renewals. This contract was competitively bid and was chosen as qualified, best value, experience, low bid. This agreement has an MBE WBE requirement of 20%, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the members on the on-call landscaping services? Councilman Jones, sorry.
Yes, Deb, can you please give me the amount of the contracts through the 4 vendors?
The total amount estimated is sorry about that. It's $2,199,449,089 is the estimate that would be costing between all 4 vendors. 3
I'm trying
vendors,
to
excuse
get
me.
to the amount of the breakdown on who's going to get how much.
It's on Councilman Jones. I think what you're looking for, and I could be wrong, is on page 33 of our packet, and it shows a couple amounts, 625, 671 to Lorenz Lawn, 613, 917 to MAC Landscaping, and 272, 961 to Classic Lawn. Those numbers don't seem to add up to 2.1, but, oh, and they're on 32, the bottom of 32. There's more.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Council, I'm sorry. Ms.
So,
Irwin, sorry.
yes, no, the numbers that you read are amounts that are expended, encumbered under the current contracts.
Okay.
We usually just provide that for background information. Ms. Schindel can speak to more to the contracts that are in front of you.
All right, sorry, Councilman Jones.
That's okay.
was looking at the wrong thing.
Oh, that's okay. I would have to get you the breakdown. I'm looking at the executive summary. I would have to get you the breakdown of the estimate of each vendor. I think we're still working out internally what vendors would get what sites. We do it typically by areas of the county, but I can get you that breakdown.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Schindel, it's not often that we are reviewing a nominee and we have the supervisor of that nominee in the meeting. So I was going to ask you, what would your recommendation be to the council in terms of Mr. Shepherd's nomination as Director of Rec and Parks?
Well, first, thank you for that opportunity to speak on behalf of my experience with Brian Shepherd, who, as you know, has worked for property management. As I told the county executive, who typically asks me the same question, how did I feel about that nomination? I could not be more excited. I think the county as a whole will greatly benefit from Brian Shepherd. He has a tremendous knowledge and history of Baltimore County in general, but he is all things rec. I can't say that enough. He knows their sites, each of their sites, in such detail that at any given time, I had a specific question like, well, how many ball diamonds and what do we do on that site? He could spit it off. He is all things rec, and I honestly could not think of a better person that you could have nominated for this role at this time. I think he'd be such synergy across the county with Brian.
Well, thank you for sharing your insights, Ms. Schindel.
You're welcome, and thank you for asking, sir. I
My pleasure.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Any others for Ms. Schindel on the landscaping services? Okay, thank you, Ms. Schindel. We're gonna move on. Next up, we have Lisa Eichholz, Deputy Director for Department of Public Works and Transportation, about the Hazen and Sawyer contract for professional engineering services related to the lead reduction program. Ms. Eichholz, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Good.
So good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present contract 2025-02, the Lead and Copper Replacement Program Management Services. This contract will support the Department of Public Works and Transportation's water design section in their effort to comply with EPA's Lead and Copper Replacement Program. This program, commonly referred to the LCRR program, seeks to eliminate lead water service lines in public water systems. Core responsibilities for the selected firm include compiling and maintaining the annual inventory of approximately 200,000 water service lines, preparing reports and correspondence for EPA and MDE, identifying unknown service line materials through records review, surveys, predictive modeling, statistical analysis, and field investigations, managing and tracking any service line replacements, and assisting with community outreach by developing educational materials, social media campaigns, and targeted messaging. Hazen and Sawyer was selected on August 8th from a pool of 4 submissions evaluated by the Professional Services Evaluation Committee. This was a qualifications-based solicitation. The contract has an MBE goal of 20%. The total term of the contract is 10 years, which consists of an initial term of 6 years with 2 two-year renewals. The expected cost per year is approximately $110,000 to $120,000. The upset limit will not exceed Metro funding allocation during the entire term of the agreement. The length of the term was selected to provide continuous support for completion of the inventory and all required service replacements during the expected life of the LCRR program. So thank you for allowing me to present, and I'm available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Eichholz. Councilman
Mr. Chair.
Patoka, I know you have a question.
I do. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Eichholz, just a question. I've been on snow duty for the last 2 days, so been a little distracted. So I didn't know if you guys had a chance to send over the study that Hazen and Sawyer did related to the areas north of Lake Roland.
Yes, we sent the link to the report through Brad, and he forwarded it to all councilmen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Toka. Anybody else on the Hazen and Sawyer study or contract? Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Eichholz. Appreciate you being here. I know it's been
Thank
a
you.
busy weekend for you guys over there.
It has.
I know it has. Yeah. Next up, we have Director Lafferty from Department of Planning on the adoption of the Small Area Plan number 11 for Middle River. Director Lafferty, how are you? I think
Sure,
you're
Mr. Chairman.
muted.
Now I'm unmuted, I
There you
think.
go.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doing well. And good afternoon, members of the County Council. The administration is requesting approval of Resolution 3-26, which would adopt small area plan for the areas involving Bowley's Quarters, Essex, Rossville, Middle River, and White Marsh. Baltimore County's Master Plan 2030 that was adopted by the council in January 2024 outlined a vision and strategies for the growth of the county over the next decade. While the master plan outlined strategies on a countywide basis, it also called for the adoption of small area plans to allow us to identify more specific place-based strategies to advance and refine, frankly, the goals in Master Plan 2030 to support land use and development activities in the specific areas. This small area plan, which we refer to as SAP 11 because it's in Area 11, is the first of our small area plans. It's a strategic plan that will help us guide the future growth and investment and revitalization of these communities. I also want to take a moment just to thank you, Mr. Chairman, as well as Councilman Marks and Crandall for taking time to meet with us so we could brief you about the plan, answer questions you may have, and also anticipate issues that we may need to address in the future. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, and with the Secretary's permission, I'd like to ask Megan Oliver to be elevated to address the more specifics of the plan.
Okay. Ms. Oliver, did you want to say a few words or?
Yes, thank you. Can
Okay.
everybody hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, and others joining us throughout the county. I have a quick little presentation. I'm a very visual person myself, so I'm just going to pull that up really quickly. Many of you are already familiar with this project, so I just want to go through these slides fast. They will be a point of reference for us to be able to go back to at any point to talk about any of the specifics. This is just going to be a high-level overview. So as Director Lafferty mentioned, this is small area 11, the areas of Bowley's Quarters, Essex, Middle River, White Marsh, and Rossville. We, in the development of this plan, followed a three-phase process, beginning with discovery, where we were trying to learn as much as possible about the area. We really started listening to the community. That listening continued throughout the entire process through the subsequent phases of defining, at which point we were trying to share and confirm what we had started to learn about the community with community members themselves. And then the final phase of delivery, where we started to package everything up into recommendations. At each point throughout this process, there were public participation opportunities at the very beginning that was high-level focus groups, a broad online survey, intercept interviews where we were talking to folks at the budget town hall meetings. As we moved later into the process, we had 2 sets of public meetings, each of which were offered both in person and virtually. And at the very end, we were able to come back to community members at standing community meetings to share the draft plan and get feedback on how they would prioritize. So all in all, this slide is just meant to demonstrate that this plan really is rooted in the community input that we received and the participation from members across the county. That included, of course, council members. Thank you all, Councilman Marks, Councilman Ertel, and Councilman Crandall for your participation starting early on in the process and having continued throughout. Of course, I know many of you attended some of our public meetings. Additionally, we were able to engage with the various agencies, both at the county level and at the state level, working with SHA, Maryland Transit Administration. I'm going to dive into each of the chapters of the report. Again, very high level. We can come back at any point, but just to explain the flow of information that you'll find in this plan that we're asking to be adopted. So it begins with an introduction. This is setting the stage, giving that background information, the context. A lot of what Director Lafferty had just mentioned about Master Plan 2030, establishing the need for the small area plans to be created. In the next chapter, we have the area characteristics, and this is where we're starting to paint that picture of Area 11. It's a snapshot of the demographics, the quantitative information, census data, economics information, history of the area. We also have existing conditions assessment that's broken out into 4 topic areas. Those 4 topic areas repeat throughout the report, and that's connectivity, environment and open space, community, and economy. So those topics frame how we talk about the area and the recommendations. The area characteristics chapter also dives deeper into area profiles. So we look at the individual sub areas, the 5 sub areas, and the nodes where they exist. And this chapter is really trying to show that we're also pulling in a lot of information from existing plans, not just Master Plan 2030, but from the Bike and Ped Master Plan, from hazard plans and climate action plans. Everything that the county has, we really tried to pull into this document. In the public participation chapter, we're really talking about the community input that we received. The big thing here is that we were able to summarize input from across the survey, focus groups, public meetings, to come up with these major takeaways. And in short, we know and we heard that the area needs to be more connected. People want to be more connected with one another, with the environment and landscape around them, and with all that the area has to offer. And we also know that any future development really needs to be more context sensitive, needs to look bigger picture at what's going on around, at the impacts that everything will have, and think longer term in order to be able to balance the area's needs of both growth and conservation. So those were the major public takeaways. The recommendations, this chapter I think is going to be the bulk of what everybody's really interested in. We organized it in a couple ways. So one, we use those 4 topic areas again: connectivity, environment, open space, community, and economy. And then within each of those, we identified a series of 9 objectives total. So these objectives: improving bike and pedestrian safety, establishing a vehicular and transit strategy. In the environment and open space section, it's conserving habitats and shorelines, as well as creating open spaces for people. In the community topic area, we're talking about improving resiliency and services, as well as supporting healthy, attainable housing. And with regards to economy, it's supporting existing businesses, improving marketing and tourism to bring people to the area, and promoting redevelopment and revitalization. These major objectives are still kind of generic, and then the specific action items are how we really try to apply actions from Master Plan 2030 to Small Area Plan 11. So as Director Lafferty was saying, the small area plans take action items that came out of the Master Plan 2030 process and try to identify how and where that will apply to each individual smaller area. And so we talk about them in a way we're using the term refinement. So if an action is relevant to Area 11 and we can give it a little bit more specificity, we're calling it a refinement. Just a quick example of how that shows up in the report. This is in the environment and open space topic. We have the objective: create open spaces for people. We describe that in a little bit more detail. This bold text that you'll see throughout that chapter, those are the individual actions as they were written in Master Plan 2030. And then beneath that, you'll find the refined text. And so again, that's really just trying to say, how are we refining that specific action item to the context and the conditions that we see in Area 11. This particular example is trying to talk about how we can improve coordination among county agencies to give people access to trails and recreational amenities. Hart Miller Island, fantastic resource in Area 11, very difficult for people to get to if they don't have access to a boat. And so here we're talking about the need to improve access to Hart Miller Island. And then you'll also see in that recommendations chapter, excuse me, some precedents or examples. Locally or within the state of Maryland where possible, but some of them are really fantastic examples from all over the nation and the world. So here, for instance, there's a Southern Maryland site, very similar to Hart Miller Island, and this is an example of how that's being achieved. So this is just one example of how you might see some of the action items show up in the recommendation chapter. The end of the recommendation chapter also dives into each of the nodes. There are 4 nodes within Area 11 nodes were identified in Master Plan 2030. So that includes White Marsh Mall, Pulaski Highway, and then there are 2 nodes on Eastern Boulevard. One's at Martin State Airport, and one is just south of Wilson Point Road, southeast of Wilson Point Road, at the former Lockheed site. In addition to those nodes, we also, through the public participation process, identified the need to look a little bit more intently at downtown Essex revitalization area. So that does get its own little section in the report as well. Wrapping up the document, we have the implementation chapter, and this is really our plan to make the document and the recommendations implementable and actionable, make sure that the plan doesn't just sit on a shelf and collect dust. We identify again the main text for Master Plan 2030, any sort of refinement language, and then we break out a lead partner. So that's typically a county agency whose scope it is to tackle this sort of an action, as well as support partners. And those might be county agencies, they might be state agencies, but in a couple of instances, we also had a few community groups step up to volunteer to be partners as well. We try to break out timeline for when we imagine these actions will come to fruition. We identify action overlap. So as we tackle some, we can see which others we might want to tackle at the same time. And then when possible, not everyone has this, but we tried to identify existing resources or funding mechanisms that can be tapped into in order to make the plan come to life. So that, again, very high level, very rapid overview of the report. But the point that I just want to get across is that this was a really involved process where we tried to engage as many folks from the community as possible. We're really confident and pleased with the recommendations that came out of it, and understanding that the folks that we've spoken to really feel comfortable and happy and a sense of ownership with the plan. And that our hope moving forward is that this will be something that we can swiftly begin to tackle. We've already started having discussions in our department about how we can move forward with some of these action items. I will maybe leave the screen up in case anybody wants to go back to any of the slides for discussion, but my portion of the presentation is done. I'm happy to turn it over to any discussion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Oliver. Any questions from the members?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilman Patoka.
Megan, I just want to say, nice job. Plans are hard to explain. You did a really thorough job in helping to compile the plan, but really a nice job explaining it, at least to me. I feel it was really well done. Nice job, Steve, also. Thanks.
Yes, thanks, guys. We appreciate all your hard work on this, and it's a deserving area for more attention.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Megan, thank you very much for your presentation. Can you go back a few slides to the Lockheed Martin site?
Yes.
There we go. So I guess my question here, and I don't like to put you on a spot, but it's a valid question. We have a little circle there that says recreational amenity, and that's where the warehouse is being built, right?
Correct.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, this one was a tricky one. We've had subsequent conversations with some community leaders as well, since there has been ground broken on this project. We really, through our effort, tried to make sure that everybody was on the same page and comfortable with the language that we used about the individual nodes. We spent quite a bit of time in this one in particular, hoping to get everybody on the same page. The approved development plan site here was approved prior to the start of the SAP 11 process. And so it came up a bit in the discussions, but development projects are often complex. The timelines are a little bit fuzzy. And so we didn't have the information that we now have about that project as the time of this plan was being drafted. So at this point, there's nothing that this plan has changed, or we haven't adjusted our tax based on the recent groundbreaking at that site. So we just are trying to maintain conversations with the community about what's next moving forward. That might be something that a conversation that happens offline and separate from the Area 11 plan. But in my mind, it's very much a part of the overall conversation because we've done a lot to try to establish and strengthen relationships with communities, and we want to continue that moving forward.
Yeah, and just to make it clear for anyone listening, approval that our office did not know about and a lot of the community. But I think it just illustrates how the best laid plans don't always get passed to fruition. I think we're going to need to delay this for a bit. Councilman Ertel, Councilman Crandall, I don't think we're ready to pass this at the next meeting. And I think both of your offices and our office kind of need to coordinate on any changes to this. So that's going to be my recommendation to the council. There's a lot of good work in here, and I want to applaud you, but I think we probably are going to need to delay this for a bit.
Councilman Marks, if I may.
Yes.
Delay it for what purpose? What is your contention with it?
There's a lot to go through. I think there's things that need to be added to this. Our staff has been going. Our staff has been going through it.
Were you not briefed 2 weeks ago? Was not the community totally involved in the formulation?
Councilman Crandall, I was briefed, in fact, by Mr. Lafferty and by Mr. Croner. But don't you think we should get this right?
I'm not disagreeing that we should get it right, but we've also had a chance to weigh in the past couple of weeks, and the small area plan is not, and this delivery to the council is not a surprise.
Councilman Crandall, it was introduced one week ago.
The administration has been working with the community for months.
Councilman Crandall, if you would go to an Essex Middle River Civic Council meeting or any meeting, I think they would probably agree we need to get this right. And I think we can delay it a little bit. That's just my perspective.
But you mean by getting it right by the Lockheed property?
I just said, Councilman Crandall, there's other things. One issue is the library. I think that there needs to be a mention of the Middle River Library in here. Councilman Crandall, we have a lot of housing being proposed by Governor Moore and his administration, and it's targeted around transit stops. Don't you think we should be considering that? I think we should.
I don't know how this, and maybe Director Lafferty can enlighten me, but I don't know where the General Assembly's reasoning behind limiting our land use authority in Baltimore County comes into the small area plan.
If I can jump in here, these community plans have taken on larger importance. And I don't see there's any harm in getting this right. Vote against me if you want, Councilman Crandall. I think we should delay the report until it's correct, until the three of us who represent this area are satisfied with everything that's in there.
Well, Councilman Marks, I'm looking at a plan, and I was given the opportunity to weigh in on things that I thought that should be emphasized, things that are being thought about, and I feel like I was heard, particularly with respect to Hart Miller Island, which is not even Baltimore County property, but the acknowledgement that it could be a huge boon to both the environment and tourism, and taking advantage of something that was seen in the 80s as a complete detriment to the area, which is now a wildlife sanctuary.
I've been to Hart Miller Island. I went in September 2023. I completely agree with you.
So I think there are certain acknowledgments that are made in this small area plan. And believe me, you don't see me defending the administration on very many things, right?
All I'm asking for, Councilman Crandall, is not to rush this document.
David, how is it a rush?
Why is this an issue, Councilman? Todd, why is this such an issue to you? I mean, we're asking. This has been introduced for 1 week. 1 week.
Councilman, both councilmen, I think we can take this offline. We don't need to debate this in front of the public at this point. We can have a offline discussion and figure it out. If that's okay.
I made
Mr.
my point.
Chairman.
I'm not going to vote for this if it's rushed. End of story.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Catch.
Yeah, in the opportunity to delay this is in front of us. I mean, if we would vote on this, what, next Monday? So between now and next Monday, it could be delayed or motion to delay it. So I think there's plenty of time to settle this issue of whether or not to delay it.
Okay. I agree.
Mr. Chairman, we're available to meet with you or any of the other council members to address whatever issues still may be outstanding.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director Lafferty. Any others before we move on? Thanks, guys. Okay.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Resolution 426. This is from Councilman Patoka, designation of Pikesville as a sustainable community. Councilman
Mr.
Patoka, did you want to
Thank you,
address this?
Mr. Chair. There's a lot of good folks doing good work in Pikesville, and designation as a sustainable community opens up some resource opportunities. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this designation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. And any other questions or items on this resolution before we move to the next? None? Okay. Next up, we have Resolution 526. This is from Councilman Jones. General Assembly strengthening laws against squatters. Councilman Jones, did you want to say some words about this resolution?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. I mean, the reality is this has been an issue in our county for quite some time. Basically, you have a couple of different scenarios. One scenario is someone moves into someone's home that's for sale, and maybe they are the victim because someone takes the pictures and whatnot off of the multiple listing service. They relist it on Craigslist or someplace like that. They break in, they change the locks, and then some unsuspecting person comes along and pays a security deposit and first month's rent for a home that the person who is leasing it to them do not own, or they find a home that's foreclosed and do the same thing, or sometimes they are the perpetrators. People call the police. The police get there, decide that it is a civil matter, and the police go away, and it has to be taken up in the courts. And we see time and time again where somebody gets in somebody's home and they sit there for months on end, waiting for it to be adjudicated in the court. So I've worked with our attorneys for quite a few months now, trying to find a way that we could inject a law that would protect property owners here in Baltimore County. But unfortunately, at every turn, it seems as though we are preempted by the state, because for some reason, if a person moves in somebody's home without their permission or acknowledgement, instead of them being seen as a trespasser, they've somehow become a tenant. And therefore, there has to be a long legal process to get rid of it. So I am at my wit's end. So that's why I've introduced this resolution to ask the General Assembly to take up this issue. And they have been doing some work on it over the years, but I don't think they've gone far enough. Take up this issue and take a look at some of the examples that we put in there, where some of the states are taking a much more aggressive approach on squatters. So that's the nature of the resolution. Well, thank you, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Councilman Jones, I had just a quick question. have you had any opportunity to talk to any of our Baltimore County delegation about it? Are they interested in it, supportive, wanting to go further? I mean, and do you feel like there's, and maybe you don't need to answer this question, but do you feel that there's legislators somewhere in Maryland that are stifling our efforts to deal with this?
I wouldn't go that far because I don't think there's any bad actors here. I have reached out to the chair of the delegation, and we have had conversations, and we'll have some more about some of the sponsors that we could probably pick up in terms of some efforts on their part. But right now, I do know that they have been doing certain things, and certain things have not been, certain ideas have not passed. Some of them have. I don't think they've gone far enough because the problem continues. So yes, I have reached out to the delegation chair, and we will continue to have some conversations in terms of how I can be helpful in terms of getting more done at the General Assembly.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Any other questions for Councilman Jones on this resolution? Okay. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Next up, we have lost my place here. I think we're now at Bill 326. This is zoning regulations data center study. It's all council members have signed on to this. I know Councilman Young was the original sponsor. Councilman Young, did you just want to say some quick words about it? I know we
Sure.
talked a lot about this at the last work session.
Yep. Yes, sir. Happy to make some quick comments and just for catch up too. Council Bill 0326, zoning regulations, data center study. I'd like to thank the stakeholders that have reached out, members of the public and members of the council that have continued the dialogue since the last meeting. For the record and publicly, plainly stating, Council Bill 326 does two things. It establishes a moratorium on data center projects being approved or permitted for 1 year. And it also requires the planning board to conduct a comprehensive study of data centers, their impact on communities and local infrastructure, utilizing data from other studies that have been done in the region, as well as current zoning requirements, and make recommendations to the council no later than October 1st of 2026. The moratorium will go for a full year, but the planning board will need to submit its reports and findings to us no later than October 1st. Again, put simply, in order to maintain the health and safety and economic well-being of the county and its residents, this makes sense. The previous bill that was referenced in the last meeting did as stated, even in the bill itself, a very soft touch. And I would say we also agree that then there was information that was not as public or prevalent to us. So it only makes sense, one, working with our state partners, that currently there should be a bill in the legislature now that may supersede certain county approvals or jurisdictions, that our planning board can conduct its own study for what do data centers in Baltimore County look like responsibly, and what regulations we should take up in the next year. So that have to answer questions, elaborate a bit more, and take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones, or Young, sorry.
Okay.
All right, next up, any questions for Councilman Young? I know we're all kind of on the same page here. Okay, so next bill is.
We have,
do have
Mr.
speakers.
Chair, we have speakers on this bill.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
And Mr. Chairman, and again, everyone out there listening or watching, if you're using a computer or a tablet, you will see the timer on your computer that will be at 2 minutes. And when the timer goes down to 0, you'll be able to see that. If you're using a phone and calling in, you may not know exactly. So when you reach 2 minutes, we will let people know to conclude their remarks for up to 30 more seconds. Thank you.
We actually have a few speakers on this.
Yes, 8, I think.
Okay.
Our
Ms.
first
Belcastro,
speaker,
I'll let you take it from here.
certainly. Our first speaker is Irvin Jones. Mr. Jones, you need to unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Irvin Jones, and first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for allowing me to speak on this speak on these data centers. So I have been with the Carpenters Union for 23 years. And in my 23 years, I was able to move up to a council representative, which I've been doing for 3 years. I also been a resident of Baltimore County for the last 20 or 33 years. I've been there since around 1992. I also was able to buy a house in Baltimore County and raise my kids there. And I want to say, as far as data centers will be a great thing for all the unions and our members to get employment inside Baltimore County and give them the opportunity to make a living and get out of poverty. We also would like, us as unions would like the opportunity to have language. If these data centers going to come along, we would like to have language on these data centers, whereas though we can have some fair contractors language on these projects. And I also would like to applaud Councilman Young for taking the time to create a monetism for these data centers, and making sure that the language is good, and making sure that these data centers don't affect the people inside these communities. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Sergio Bautista Reyes.
Okay, great.
You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sergio Bautista. I'm a 14-year member of the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, and I've lived in Baltimore County for 11 years. I'm also a council representative for the Carpenters Union, ensuring that our workers, union and non-union alike, are provided safe working conditions and jobs that pay them fair wages without the threat of wage theft and worker misclassifications. The Carpenters Union is calling on the Baltimore County Council to take this time to think about how future data center development prevents wage theft and worker misclassification. Too many times, large developments in Maryland are riddled by these illegal practices because proper labor standards are not in place. That means both migrant workers and Baltimore County residents pay the price. Including responsible contractor language and apprenticeship standards will go a long way to protecting workers and giving Baltimore County residents peace of mind that this construction is done responsibly and without crime. With no further ado, I would like to thank you for the time to give this testimony and to say that this project could be a good source of jobs for not only our members, but all the community in Baltimore County. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Bautista.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Councilman
you-
Paterka.
Councilman Young, did you have a question for Mr.
Councilman
Bautista?
Paterka was first.
Oh, sorry.
Just a question to Councilman Young, in fact, and for Mr. Bautista. Thank you for your testimony. I guess the question is, does the planning department study look do the parameters? Have we identified parameters to look at issues like wage theft and fair labor agreements with our organized labor?
Right. And timing was impeccable because that's what I was hopping on to say, when I mentioned thanking the stakeholders and folks that have a vested interest, that also applies to the trades. They've submitted some language for consideration for amendments that have not been circulated yet, because we're still working on the language that would address exactly that. We have a great opportunity here during the period that the planning board would study to then ask them to consider, and also what they've seen in other jurisdictions when it comes to project labor agreements, and if what is applicable and should be applicable to making sure that future construction, especially related to these projects, that those considerations are made. As of right now, it does not, to answer your question, but I appreciate the trades partnership in submitting language that could be considered as an amendment that I'll share with folks as soon as we have the language figured out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Batista.
All right, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rico Albuquerez. You may begin your testimony. When you're ready, you may unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello. Thank you, council members. Appreciate Councilman Pat Young putting this forward. Just make sure everyone can hear me okay. Is that right?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. My name is Rico Albuquerez. I'm a representative of IBW Local 24. We represent about 3,000 members from Frederick all the way to Ocean City, including a large group of members in Baltimore County, the remnants of Sparrows Point and Bethlehem Steel. We have a lot of members from that time, and also their children came to us afterwards. Our office location is 2701 West Patapsco Avenue inside of Baltimore County. Just wanted to start by saying we're not against a moratorium in general or planning and proper siting for data centers. Little concerned about the length of the moratorium. Would love to see that lowered to 6 months. And then some of the language inside of the specific bill that addresses water uses, electronic uses of similar size facilities. Really think it needs to make sure to address the electronic uses, the water uses of facilities that provide the same economic impact, both in jobs, which is what my members certainly care about, and in the tax revenue coming to the county. And then the last thing that I would say, I think it'd be really important to make sure that the moratorium doesn't prohibit site plans from being processed. No building permits need to be given, but if you allow site plans to be processed, the projects can work their way through the normal procedure, and then when the ban is lifted, they will be able to hit the ground running, as opposed to holding off on any site plans being processed. That's going to delay any type of construction far past the amount of time that the moratorium lasts. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? All right, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Andrew Zirkle. Mr. Zirkle.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Again.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. My name is Andrew Zirkle, and I'm a government relations associate with the Maryland Technology Council. We represent more than 850 technology and life science companies and organizations across the state of Maryland, and we convene the Data Center Alliance of Maryland to support responsible data center development. We understand why the county wants to study this sector. Data centers have come under the spotlight in communities across Maryland. We feel as though the right response is not to treat them as inherently incompatible and block them by default, but to define clear siting rules and operating standards so the county can capture the benefits of data center development. We've seen elsewhere across Maryland that those benefits are real and local. Data center projects drive major construction activity that supports skilled union trades, including electricians, equipment operators, concrete, steel, HVAC, and security systems. And then after construction, we also see that they continue to support jobs, as well as delivering a robust, durable local tax base that can support county priorities like schools, public safety, and infrastructure. Our main concern is likewise the breadth of the pause in Bill 326. We feel as though the suspension through January 2027 is excessively long, and we also have concerns with the fact that it would prevent agencies from accepting applications and related requests during the time. Our asks are to shorten the moratorium so we can move on a faster timetable, and then additionally to consider allowing zoning and siting procedures to continue while only holding final permit issuance. we've seen across Maryland that plenty of other jurisdictions have gone down this road before, most specifically in Frederick County and Prince George's County, and they've done the work to determine clear siting standards that work with their community. But at the end of the day, if we've also seen that long pauses can scare off the type of development that could be hugely beneficial to the county, and deliver revenue and jobs for the local residents. So that's our ask, and we appreciate you considering this issue. And the Maryland Tech Council is here as a resource if you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zirkle. Councilman Young.
Yeah, just want to thank Mr. Zirkle for testifying, and also encourage you. And also, I will do my due diligence and encourage the planning board to reach out to you all when they're conducting their study. I'm sure at some point they'll be bringing in experts and folks that have experience and invested interest in the county and the state. So appreciate your participation in the county's study. Can I ask you real quick? I just want to make sure, because I know that we are, as mentioned, there's language about allowance for folks to do the normal process of trying to get a site ready. Just want to make sure I understand too that if regulations were suggested by a study and we were to adopt them as a county and as a council, that would then upend actions that a property owner were taking to try and get an environmental study done. Is there concern about a loss of momentum or something, just because we've allowed for somebody to start doing a site plan and go through the basics that we're allowing at the county level, but then at the end of it, a regulation would then have them start all over again?
Well, I think the reality is developers would have to proceed at their own risk, and that's a determination that they would need to take based on the individual conditions at their site and their development plans. But generally, it's our position that leaving that door open is better than shutting it entirely. Just because, again, in other jurisdictions, we've seen again similar sort of things that have resulted in prospective projects leaving the county or leaving the jurisdiction because timetables in this industry are so sensitive.
I understand. And just to clarify, we're not talking about moving forward approvals for permits. We're talking about the basic steps that any property owner would need to take if they were building something on their property for environmental studies and requirements that the county would have anyway, regardless whether it's a data center, they were building something else, correct?
Yep, that would be correct. Yes.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Young. Any others before we move on? All right, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next registered speaker was Kelly Schultz. I cannot find Ms. Schultz or Mr. Schultz online, so I'm going to go to the next speaker, who is Christopher Mudd. Mr. Mudd, you may begin your testimony and unmute yourself when you're ready.
Mr. Mudd, how are you tonight?
Good, sir. Thank you. Thanks to you and all the council members for the opportunity to speak to you again. I'm here in support of Bill 326 with amendments, and I'm also here to oppose Bill 926, which I can talk a little bit more about later as well. But I represent the owner of a 30 or so acre property in Woodlawn, who's been considering redeveloping the site with the data center. And the property is located within an industrial zone. It's immediately flanked by I-695, I-70, an electric substation, and 2 roadside motels. It's the former location of a 50-year-old, 800,000 square foot office building that's long past its useful life. Given the surroundings, it became apparent over the last couple of years that it would be an excellent location for a data center. And we're still in the very early stages of bringing a project forward. We're nearing an agreement with the data center, or my client's nearing an agreement with the data center operator, who'll be further evaluating the site, undertaking design efforts that will enable us to answer the substantive questions that have been asked of us about this site. We understand that data centers bring with them a number of concerns regarding issues like water and energy consumption and the proximity to residential uses. And as we have for some time, we're continuing to engage with Councilman Young about this site, and we look forward to continuing that engagement, as well as engaging with state representatives and also now working with the planning board through their review of the data center uses and industry. And for these reasons, we support the intent behind Bill 326. However, we firmly believe that given the significant work on the location and impact and benefits that's already been done on this topic in other jurisdictions like Prince George's County and Frederick County, we do not need an entire year to study these things in Baltimore County. These uses in Baltimore County. We're specifically asking that the council reduce the moratorium period to 6 months and to require the planning board to study it over the course of 3 to 4 months. This should be plenty of time in light of the significant information already available from other jurisdiction studies. Prolonging, if I may continue, I'll cede my time on Bill 926, if I may continue now.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Counselor.
Thank you. Prolonging the study period beyond 6 months, entertaining a ban of data centers, which is part of the language in Bill 326, and then the complete repeal of the use categories under Bill 926 sends the absolute wrong message to potential data center operators and other tech companies looking to locate in Baltimore County. There are many positive benefits that come along with data centers. You've heard this afternoon from labor union representatives who've described the importance of this industry to the employment of their tradesmen. Data centers likewise bring with them high quality, highly skilled, permanent jobs, not only just for their operation, but also for service and maintenance. There can be public tax revenue benefits associated with these uses, as has been demonstrated in Loudoun County, Virginia. And of course, with the rapidly changing and ever increasing demand for digital access and connectivity that we all rely upon every day, we all are truly reliant upon the infrastructure that supports these demands, which comes from data centers. In summary and in conclusion, we're asking that the council not outright repeal or ban data center uses in this county, that you limit the duration of the moratorium to 6 months, requiring an evaluation of the work that other jurisdictions have already performed, that you only prohibit the issuance of permits for and construction of data centers during the moratorium, and that you allow the data center industry to continue to engage with county agencies to evaluate sites and to pursue site planning through county processes at their own risk, with the understanding that subject regulations will ultimately control and inform the final location and design of these facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Patoka, sorry.
Yeah, I have a comment on Mr. Mudd's testimony. So for me, the prudent thing would be to check in with Director Lafferty to see, a year seems like a long time, but when you're doing a study, it may not be. So I would suggest we ask Director Lafferty to chime in to see what his bandwidth is in terms of staff time to do the study, because ultimately it's the staff that's going to do the study, not the planning board. They'll make a recommendation to the planning board. I just want to make sure that we're not driving the planning department beyond what staff capability they have on reviewing data centers.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Patoka.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Paul Merritt. Mr. Merritt, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman and Councilman. My name is Paul Merritt. I'm president of the Hanover Road Association. We are in strong support of this study. This distinguished council has always gotten the zoning issues right, and they've always done their due diligence. And to not do the study according to the proposal in Bill 326 would be a failure to the constituents that you have. I think that we need to continue to do more studies. The Hanover Road has come up with some amendments that we would strongly urge to have put into the bill. And that would be, one would be to define what artificial intelligence data centers are, because there's definitely a difference, differentiate the needs between those and traditional data centers. Required that the study be published and hold at least one public hearing, including the study, any implications on future development and affordable housing by possible limitations on public utilities created by data center consumption. And this is important because in our need for affordable housing, we have to really watch out for where we put these things and where they're placed at and what strains we'll put on our public services. Also, I think that we should remove the recommendation for the requirement for county grants and loans as being part of the study, because these places are fully funded and they have endless money when they build. And straight out things are short. Things. Just take that and sent over the request for the amendments, and you have them. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councilman Young.
I'll just comment and thank you, Mr. Merritt, for testifying. I believe going back to when we drafted the original bill, the reference to grants and funding other sources was specifically to if there were limiting, but also reviewing funding they would receive from incentives or from local or state government, which at the moment probably is little, but we didn't want to leave it out because it has been recognized as an issue in other jurisdictions. So just wanted to clarify that piece. It was about being critical, but also not leaving it out because it's become an issue in other jurisdictions. That was it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Young. Ms. Belgastro, sorry, dying.
Our next speaker is Christopher Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
We can hear
Yes,
you.
we can.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris Anderson, and I'm here today on behalf of Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 486. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 326. Local 486 represents highly skilled union plumbers, steamfitters, welders, and HVAC techs who live and work throughout Baltimore County and the surrounding region. We support the intent of Bill 326, and we respectfully ask the council to consider an amendment that would shorten the proposed moratorium on data center permitting to 6 months. Data centers create good union jobs with family-sustaining wages. These facilities are complex, infrastructure-heavy projects that rely on specialized skills, advanced mechanical systems, high-capacity piping, energy-efficient cooling, and water management. Our members are the workers who build and maintain these facilities safely, efficiently, and to the highest standards. When data centers are built with union labor, the benefits stay right here in the community. These projects support local families, strengthen apprenticeship and training programs, generate tax revenue, and help grow the skilled workforce Baltimore County depends on. We understand and share the council's concerns about this strain on data centers can place on public utilities like water and electricity. Thoughtful, data-driven regulation is important, and we agree that these facilities must be properly cited and their impacts responsibly managed. That said, a full 1 year pause on permitting risks unnecessary delaying high-quality projects and the good union jobs that come with them. A 6-month moratorium provides sufficient time and planning for the planning board to complete the review and meaningful recommendations while avoiding prolonged uncertainty. I have more, but I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We appreciate you being here tonight. Any questions for Mr. Anderson? Okay. All right. Well, I believe that concludes the speakers for Ms. Belcastro, unless you found Ms. Scholes.
No, I did not find Ms. Scholes. I've been looking. I even tried with the phone number that was listed, but I can find her on either. So yes, that completes the speakers for this bill.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
I'm just speaking away into the void. We're going to move on to Bill 426. This is from Councilman Patoka, zoning regulations, DR use regulations in existing developments. I know you spoke about this at the work session. Councilman Patoka, do you want to briefly cover it?
Sure. This bill modifies the zoning code as it pertains to DR zoning. It was drafted in the 70s, hasn't really been updated in any meaningful way. It allows for houses of worship to be in compliance with zoning. There are many that are existing in the DR zoning that are not in compliance. And so it updates the zoning code to be consistent with the behavior of communities in 2026. At some point, whether it's the executive or the next council, the entire zoning code needs an overhaul. And so it's a huge political lift and workforce lift, but I think we're not alone in that, Mr. Chair. Almost every jurisdiction in the country needs an overhaul of their zoning because retail, residential, and office space have changed so much over the past 50 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Any questions for Councilman Patoka on 426? Is that Councilman Ketch or no? No. Okay, thank you. And then we're going to move on to Bill 626, which is also Councilman Patoka, zoning regulations, Central Community Hub.
Yes, in District 2, the Central Community Hub designation is applied to the Pikesville Armory, and it limits certain kind of signage and wayfinding. And so what this will do will allow, the Pikesville Armory is going to be one of the most transformative projects, not only in the 2nd District, but in Baltimore County. And right now, the signage and wayfinding is not good. And so this will allow for that to occur in an appropriate way and legal way.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Councilman Patoka on this? And I think we have a speaker.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Did you want to go with the speaker, Ms. Belcastro?
Certainly. Our speaker for this item is Christopher Mudd. Mr. Mudd, you're back on. You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon again, everybody. I won't take up much of your time. Just wanted to thank Councilman Patoka for his sponsorship of this bill. I'm here on the behalf of the Pikesville Armory, and as Councilman Patoka said, when this law change was put into effect to have this transformative project advance, signage was an afterthought. And now that we're getting moving on the development of the site, which is exciting, we're realizing that the signage regs are frankly inapplicable, or the way in which they apply to this property does not allow for meaningful or adequate signage. And this bill would allow for that to happen. And again, I thank Councilman Patoka, and I should note too that we've, at his request, have worked with folks in the community. And I know that some of them, I know many of them are supportive, and I think some have or intend to be making that known to the council as well as we make our way through this process. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mudd. I think that was all the speakers. Is that correct, Ms. Belcastro?
That's correct.
Okay. Next up, we have Bill 726, also from Councilman Patoka, Baltimore County Final Landmarks List. Councilman Patoka.
Let me just catch up with you, Mr. Chair. Okay. We're on
726. It's Baltimore County Final Landmarks List.
Oh, this is for Larendale?
Believe it is.
So
Yes.
just to let you know, I was notified this evening that the nominator on this property on Larendale has withdrawn his nomination for this property on Larendale Road, at the corner of Larendale and Ruxton. Nonetheless, and I'll yield to the secretary, I was communicating with him earlier, we still need to have the public hearing, and Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I'll yield to Secretary Boswick to explain it further.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Patoka. The law requires that a vote be taken once the matter is in the council's hands, which it now is. Although it was withdrawn, the application was withdrawn by the nominator, as Mr. Patoka points out. The council by law is still required to introduce legislation and have essentially an up or down vote on it. So that's where we are at the moment, which is why the bill was introduced. And it may at this point be a formality, but it is one that needs to occur.
And Mr. Chair, I neglected to say that I was going to recommend that it not be landmarked. And so that, in combination with the withdrawal of the nominator, makes it a pretty easy decision for this council.
Sure. Okay. Any questions for Councilman Patoka or Mr. Secretary on this?
No. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to note that we did have two people registered to speak on that. I'm assuming neither person who registered is online this evening, so I'm assuming that's because of Mr. Patoka's announcement. But it was
Right.
Cassandra London and Nate Patel, who are either or on at this time, just to note.
Right. Okay. Yes, I was actually getting ready to ask you about speakers because they were listed here. Okay, so we can move on from 726. Now we're going to Bill 826. This is from Councilman Marks, zoning regulations, Eco Park District, transportation infrastructure prerequisite. Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. This legislation requires a transportation prerequisite for the development of eco park zoned land. That property is zoned within the Middle River area. I will tell you that there's some discussions going on with various stakeholders in that area, so we may have some alternatives rather than proceeding with the legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Young, or Councilman Marks, I'm sorry. Next up, we have Bill 926. This is also, I believe this was your bill originally, Councilman Marks. It's Councilman Marks and Patoka. Zoning regs, data centers, and energy storage devices, partial repeal and clarification. Did you want to talk about that?
Yes, this repeals the language in the existing code that deals with data centers. It retains the language that deals with battery storage units.
Okay, any questions for Councilman Marks on this? None? Okay. Next up, Bill 9525. This is actually my bill.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes.
sorry to interrupt. We did have 3 speakers on.
We had speakers
Bill
on.
926. Yes, sir.
Okay. If you'll call the speaker, sorry, I missed that.
That's okay. Our first speaker is Mr. Zirkle. Mr. Zirkle, you are on. You may begin your testimony when you're ready. Mr.
Sorry, y'all,
Zirkle?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. All right, let me get started here. I'll save you the introduction again. Andrew Zirkle from the Maryland Tech Council. The Tech Council is concerned with Bill 926 as introduced. It would repeal the county's current data center definition, permitted uses, and special regulations enacted last year. We don't necessarily have a problem with the county refining its approach to data center siting and zoning. I think the key issue with this bill is that it moves things backwards in the county and not forwards. the Maryland Tech Council has been involved in these conversations elsewhere in the state and other jurisdictions and in other counties. And there's, substantial information out there about the types of approaches that have worked in counties that are similar or different to Baltimore County. We feel as though it's potentially risky to close the door in its entirety by taking this step backward. We feel as though it has the potential to dissuade important investments in data center developments that could potentially provide substantial jobs, economic growth, and revenue to the county. And so we would ask that the county, the county council look for proactive solutions to move forward to enhance and provide more confidence in these siting and zoning regulations rather than making the decision to move backwards. The Tech Council, once again, we're here to share best practices and connect with you on technical expertise if needed. And we appreciate the opportunity to testify, and we appreciate the council taking up this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zirkle. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, looks like Kelly Scholes again. Did we find her?
No, Ms. Scholes is not on, and I just, as a reminder, Mr. Chair, Mr.
And
Mudd
Chris-
yielded his time for this
Yes.
bill. Yes.
I remember that as well. Okay, so we'll move on to 9525 zoning regulations, downtown Towson district tree replacement. I talked about this at the last work session. We're trying to just balance some regulations in the in Towson, downtown Towson. We have something called the DT zone, which is it's different than a lot of other zoning areas in the county. There's CT, but DT is even, there's no real variances. And we had a tree issue that often does not apply in DT because there are no trees. So we're trying to do this legislation to try to make it reasonable for tree replacement for a projects that might have a situation where they're taking away some portion of trees. And also we were trying to direct the tree replacement to the inside the Beltway, predominantly in Towson. So where we're taking down trees, we're going to put trees back up rather than putting them somewhere else in the county. We thought it would be important to keep them in the near the downtown Towson area. And we have plenty of places to put them. So we think this will be good legislation. There are some amendments that we're working on. So hopefully by in the next day or two, we'll have those out as well. So I don't know if anybody has any questions about this one, but if not, we can move on. Okay, we have Bill 9625. This is from Councilman Marks and Jones. Zoning regulations, non-conforming dwelling units. I know you talked about this at the last work session. Councilman Marks, did you want to say a few words about it?
Well, first of all, I thank Councilman Jones for his co-sponsorship. This permits certain non-conforming dwelling units in a building based upon the continuous use of the dwelling units for a period of time. Many small apartments in the county, particularly in older areas, have existed within single-family dwellings for many years. And the owners of these buildings recently received notices from the county that their rental licenses won't be renewed unless the owner can establish a certain time period their apartment use has been in existence. So this provides a process by which the non-conforming use can be approved administratively. There would be an affidavit of a person with knowledge of the use of the property. And if that affidavit is challenged through a complaint, the Department of the Director of Permits, Approvals, and Inspections can require a special hearing to confirm the non-conforming use.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Marks. Well, I know we have some speakers on this. Councilman Jones, did you want to add anything or?
No, I think Councilman Marks for the leadership, and I think he's pretty well covered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Ms. Belcastro, did you want to call our speakers?
Certainly. Our first speaker is Neil Lanzi. I'm hoping that I have the correct Neil from the attendee list. There is no last name. Mr. Lanzi, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of myself, and there were two other speakers signed up after me, we will all respectfully yield our time. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was easy, Mr. Lanzi. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you being here with us.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
we did have the one item that we had very early on. It was Bill 2-26. It is a supplemental appropriation from the administration. It was a second consideration where the witness was not required to testify, Mr. Richardson. However, I noticed that we did have one speaker that had signed up to testify on that bill or speak on that bill, and I believe Donna Backus is still on. I don't think she was on initially, but she is now on. So perhaps Ms. Belcastro can elevate her, and Ms. Backus can testify.
That would be wonderful if she's here to testify.
Yes, that's correct. When the item was called, Ms. Backus was not on the meeting at that time. Let me elevate her to a panelist.
Okay, great.
Ms. Backus, you're on as a panelist. You may begin your testimony on Bill 2-26. Ms. Backus, you can unmute yourself.
Hey, I think I'm unmuted.
Yes,
Thank
you
you
are.
for.
There you go.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yay. Thank you for taking the time. I'm going to make this short and sweet. I am supporting this. Can you tell me which bill I'm supporting here?
Bill
I am
226.
And that name of it is?
It is the Perinatal Care Coordination Infrastructure Supplemental Appropriation.
Okay, thank you. The reason that I'm supporting it, I have worked for a long time as a social worker, and I have a specialty in working with infant mental health and child development. And one of the things that is so critical for the development of a healthy society is to support the healthy perinatal period of time. It sets the tone for the rest of the life. And I think that anything that the council can do to support small children and their parents, especially during this very important developmental period, is critical for the development of a healthy population and a productive society. And I just think I just wanted to say that I have been working with children for over 40 years. And I really think that anything you can do to support perinatal health is the least you can do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Backus. We appreciate you being here. All right. So, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Belcastro, is that we good to move on to? I know we have many speakers for Bills 9725 and 9825.
Yes, I think 97 and 98 are the two remaining items, Mr. Chairman. As I indicated at the outset, we do have a number of people that signed up for both of those items. When your name is called for 97, if you're able to, to wrap up your testimony for both within the 2 or 2.5 minutes, then you will not need to be recalled later for 98. But if you're unable or unwilling to do that, however, then the witness will need to come back to give their testimony on the other item. So we're just trying to keep it fair for everyone that signed up.
And I think we have about 40 plus speakers. Councilman Patoka, did you want to briefly talk about Bills 97 and 98?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Bill 9725 establishes in code the Office of Immigrant Affairs, and it exists now. But it's not a codified position and not a codified agency. And so that's what Bill 9725 would do. And I think it's a companion to 9825 because there are certain metrics that are required in 9825 in terms of performance of county agencies as it relates to immigrant populations. And so who is the caretaker of those metrics and who's making sure the county is doing what it's supposed to do? And that's why 9725 and 9825 are connected. 9825, we reviewed pretty thoroughly a couple of weeks ago. I'll just add that the intention is to put safeguards around ICE operations in Baltimore County. There are things going on at the federal level that are very difficult for many communities and very difficult to watch. And so I'm asking my colleagues not to watch, but to act. And to act on, what we saw when we last visited this didn't include the public execution of Alex Preddy, which was just an impossible thing to watch, unconscionable. But ICE is acting like no other law enforcement entity in this country, at least. They've become less of a law enforcement entity. And, as we saw horrifyingly, a public execution occur on the Minnesota streets, the Minneapolis streets. And we need to act now. We can't be spectators. We've got to be participants, and we got to ensure that this doesn't happen in Baltimore County. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I know we've got a lot of speakers. I'll stop right there.
Any comments from the members before we go to the speakers? Okay. Ms. Belcastro, I'll have you call them. I'm not going to keep asking you to call the next. So if someone has a question and want to just raise their hand, I'll call on you. But otherwise, I'll let Ms. Belcastro run the speaker list from here on out for efficiency purposes.
Certainly. Also for efficiency purposes, I will call the first speaker and then I will call the name of the next speaker, just so if you're on, you know that you're going to be next to speak. Our first speaker, and this is again is for Bill 97, calling speakers for 97. As the secretary said, you can certainly testify on 97 and 98 and not be recalled. But these are speakers that registered for 97 first. Of course, if you're signed up for both, again, you can testify on both if you could do it in the 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Edwin Perez. Mr. Perez, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony, followed by Tom Henry.
Good evening, Mr. Perez. You're ready.
Good evening, Chairperson Artella and the members of the County Council. My name is Edwin Perez, and I'm here representing the Baltimore County PTA Council, where I chair the Multilingual Community Partnership and our Justice, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Committee. I'm back tonight to reinforce our strong support for Bills 9725 and 9825. These two bills, 9725, which codifies a fully funded, fully staffed, and dedicated County Office of Immigrant Affairs supporting immigrant integration and well-being, and Bill 9825, the Trust Act, which restricts local cooperation with federal immigration enforcement without a judicial warrant, align perfectly with the National PTA's position that every child, regardless of status, has a right to a quality education without the fear of family separation. As an educator, I see firsthand what happens when fear enters the classroom. A child who is worried that their parents might not be home when the school bus drops them off cannot learn. When families are afraid to attend PTA meetings or school events because they fear local authorities, the entire fabric of our school community is weakened. As a member of the Latino community, I know our heritage is built on family and hard work. By passing these bills, you are choosing care over coercion, ensuring our schools remain the safe zones our children deserve, trust over terror, building a bridge to the residents who contribute daily to our economy and culture, hope over fear, telling our students that they are safe, seen, and valued in Baltimore County. If we don't act now, we teach our students that security is a privilege of the few. I advocate for these bills because they ensure that educators, students, and families can thrive based on their potential, not their paperwork. On behalf of the Baltimore County PTA Council, I urge you to vote in favor of Bills 9725 and 9825 to support and protect our youth, their families, and the integrity of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez, and everything you do at Perry Hall High. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Tom Henry, followed by Senator Chris West.
And thank you, Mr. Perez. I meant to say that as well.
You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready, Mr. Henry.
All right, thank you. My plan is to testify against both in this 2-minute. Okay. So,
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. I'm testifying against both of these bills, 9725, 9825. It's just my opinion that these are not harmless welcome bills, so let's just stop pretending that they are. 9725 builds the engine. It creates a permanent Office of Immigrant Affairs with the power to monitor policy at every level of government, advocate for legislative and funding changes, influence agencies, and collect immigrant data. That's not translation services. That's a government-funded policy office. 9825, however, is the shield. It tells county employees and police what they cannot do. They can't assist immigration enforcement, no sharing certain information, no asking about immigration status, and forced withdrawal from task forces under certain circumstances. You put those together and you have services. You don't have services, you have a structural sanctuary framework, whether the word is even used or not. Now, we've been told, not in this last one, but in the legislation itself, that other counties did this. They didn't lose their funding. Well, that argument is in the past. Federal administrations have already fought cities over immigration cooperation tied to public safety grants. Chicago and Philadelphia went through years of litigation over burned JAG funding. That's not theory, that's history. So you're being asked to vote for a legal experiment where Baltimore County becomes the test case. There's data collection authority with unclear limits. There's mission creep built in, and there's bureaucratic expansion and interagency conflict just waiting to happen. I mean, if this was just about language access, it should sit in human services. Instead, it creates a politically empowered office and legal restrictions that drag the county into a federal policy fight that we pay for. So compassion does not require recklessness, okay? That era has ended. They were politically safe when the government was not enforcing these consequences, okay? But that era is ending. Baltimore County would be building this structure precisely as the federal government is moving to penalize it. So together, they don't just provide service, they create a policy office and restrict how county employees and police act with federal immigration enforcement. This creates funding risk. Why would Baltimore County volunteer to become a legal test case? Because that's what's going to happen. This creates funding risk, legal exposure, operational conflict, bureaucratic expansion upon all basic language access or service help. Good intentions don't pay the legal bills or replace lost grants. I urge you to vote no. This will not do what it's intended to do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Senator Chris West, followed by Andrew Miller. Senator, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Senator West, how are you tonight?
Hi, I think you've got the wrong Chris West, but I'd be happy to sign his autograph if that's appropriate. While I happen to share the name of the senator, I am a resident of Reisterstown, Maryland. I've been here for about 21 years, and I am calling in to vote in favor of both of these, unlike the last caller.
You are the other Chris West.
I am the other Chris West, and there are more than one of me out there. I apologize about my appearance tonight. I have been out shoveling snow, as many other people have. So normally I'd be in a tie tonight. In support of the Office of Immigration Affairs, I just want to say that when I moved to Baltimore County 20 years ago, it was Byzantine to try and figure out where to go to get what service and how to find anything. And I am a college-educated white American who reads English, speaks English, and had access to the internet. To have an office that would be able to help people from other countries, to help people from other states, from other communities whose English may not be the first language, would be a huge asset to the community. It is important that we as a community are welcoming of our neighbors. We've got some great restaurants in Reisterstown, including a Georgian restaurant, some Italian restaurants. We've got some empanadas that are El Salvadorian. And I welcome my neighbors who come from different places and are able to contribute to the community. So I am in support of any sort of an office that would help facilitate people coming, finding, and accessing the government so that they are able to have an equal say as part of the community. In response to 9827 and respecting our non-citizens, yeah, in my past, I served with the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops with their Justice for Immigrants campaign under President Obama, and we were pushing for comprehensive immigration reform. Comprehensive immigration reform must be done at the federal level. It has not been done, and what has happened is now we have a militarized police force rounding up random people based on ethnicity. As a citizen, I'm appalled by that, and I just want to say I've got two Canadian, our neighbors are Canadians. He is a doctor. She is a neonatal nurse at University of Maryland. They are living in fear that they will get picked up or their son will get picked up right now because they're non-citizens. ICE is out of control. Cooperating with them is abysmal. Thank you very much for your time. And maybe I'll run against Senator Christopher West just for a lark.
Thank you, Mr. West. Appreciate you being here.
Our next speaker is Andrew Miller, followed by Russ Mirable, who is on by phone.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Miller, you may begin your time. Mr. Miller, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Mr. Miller? All right, Ms. Belcastro, you want to go to the next speaker?
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr.
Sorry,
Miller,
I
go ahead.
apologize. All right. Good evening, Chairman Ertel and council members. My name is Andy Miller and I live in Baltimore County. I'm speaking in support of Bills 9725 and 9825. I am a grandson of Jewish immigrants who arrived at Ellis Island from Eastern Europe between the 1890s and the 1910s. In those years, only 2% of immigrants were excluded from entry. I and many in my community are only alive today because our families were not excluded or defined as illegal. In early 2019, a friend asked me to assist a young father and his 6-year-old son living in a trailer in Elkridge who needed help to get to the grocery store and to get to ICE check-in appointments. Vicente escaped from Honduras with his son after his wife died. Gangs burned his fields and threatened to kill him and his son if he did not pay them off with money he did not have. Many others have arrived here with similar stories. All sought safety, a better life, and the same promise of America that sustained my family. I volunteer with Jews United for Justice, and we work closely with CASA to advocate in defense of those like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was deported from Maryland and sent to El Salvador in violation of federal court orders. This was not an isolated case. Last Thursday, WBAL reported on the case of Jose Serrano Maldonado, saying, despite court orders, zero criminal record, and a decade of routine supervision through the ICE field office in Baltimore, on January 3rd, a Maryland dad went to his routine appointment and was detained. 2 weeks later, he was flown to El Salvador, where his lawyer says his life is now in danger. On January 8th, the stepfather of one of our Maryland CASA leaders was abducted by masked agents in Minnesota. He has lived in this country for many years. He owns a small business, and he was going to a work site when he was kidnapped. Now he's in a detention camp in Texas, where 3 deaths have been reported in the last 45 days, including one that was ruled a homicide. When our county cooperates with ICE, we have no guarantee that people they detain will receive due process. All you have to do is look at who's being abducted to see that targeting violent crime is not the purpose of the current wave of immigration enforcement. Just yesterday, the chief federal judge in Minnesota ordered the national head of ICE to appear in court this Friday to explain why he should not be held in contempt for violating court orders. Given everything else we have seen, it is clear that ICE actions endanger civil liberties and public safety, not only of immigrants, but of others in our community. I urge you to approve these 2 bills. And in answer to Mr. Henry, I'd point out that our bill is the same as the one in Howard County, and it's not caused problems there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Shuli Zia, followed by Eric Lopez.
Did we miss Mr. Mirable?
I'm sorry, I forgot to note, Mr. Mirable is not on. He was
Okay.
calling in by phone, but his phone number is not listed in the attendee list.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, dear chair and members of the county council. My name is Shu Lixia, and I'm the founder and president of the Chinese American Parent Association of the Baltimore community, in short, CAPA BC. The mission of our organization is to support Asian American immigrants by ensuring access to information, services, and resources that help families thrive. Today, I'm here to strongly support Bill 9725 and to ask the County Council for taking an important step toward formally establishing an Office of Immigrant Affairs. I can speak from my own personal experience about the importance of the office. Our organization was founded 3 years ago, and during our first year, I had little idea how to access government information or public resources to support our community. I knew that the Baltimore City had an Office of Immigrant Affairs, so I reached out to them and learned that the Baltimore County also had a similar office. Then we made a connection, and that connection became a turning point for our organization. So through collaboration with staff from the county's Office of Immigrant Affairs, ranging from community hearings and grant opportunities to immigrant summits and welcome sessions, we began to feel that our community was finally recognized as part of the county. So this office had played a very important role in bridging government and immigrant community in a way that build trust and inclusion. So, however, the effectiveness of the Office of Immigrant Affairs will depend heavily on authority stability and accountability of its leadership. So, for this reason, and I respectfully recommend an amendment to the bill that would establish a director of the Immigrant Affairs rather than a chief, and also require that the director to be confirmed by the county council as a cabinet level position. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. And I'm done with the 97/25. I also signed up for the 98/25. I'm for it, but I cannot be here later on. So I just finished here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can I
Councilman.
just add a clarifying comment?
Yes.
Mr. Henry's testimony reminded me that he didn't quite understand what these bills are trying to do. So for Bill 9725 is not simply a language access bill. And I think he defined it as a language access bill. We're already doing language access. It's it's more comprehensive than language access and goes quite a bit further. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And also point out that the county currently does language access. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. All
Our
right, Ms.
next speaker,
Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Eric Lopez, followed by Catalina Rodriguez Lima.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez, when you're ready, you can unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Lopez.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am Eric Lopez. I'm a Deputy Program Director with the Amica Center for Immigrant Rights. Our organization provides legal defense services for immigrants in the community who are arrested and detained by ICE and facing deportation. We've been providing these services for over 25 years. I've been with the organization for 7 years and have had the opportunity to represent many individuals from Baltimore County. We provide these services for county residents going back for some years now. And I'm here to testify on behalf of my organization in strong support of Bill 9725 to create the Office of Immigrant Affairs in Baltimore County. Immigrants make up a critical part of our communities. Their contributions are extensive. It's not just the economic contributions, which are significant in terms of spending power, tax base, et cetera. All of those things are true. They also add incredible value to civic life and to our communities, to our school systems, to our public institutions. And I think it would be critical to formalize an Office of Immigrant Affairs to coordinate services, service delivery, and civic engagement amongst the vibrant immigrant community in Baltimore County. I am familiar with other offices and other local governments who have immigrant affairs offices, for example, in Baltimore City, and at the statewide as well. And these offices are critical. They are leaders, they coordinate services, they coordinate responses to crises, to urgencies that come up. And that is, facing the challenges that our communities face. We need a central public facing leadership institution to really bring so many different actors and service providers and civically engaged individuals together to organize responses, to coordinate resources delivery. These are critical aspects of integrating people into civic life in Baltimore County. I've mentioned the economic impact that is borne out by our experience. The individuals we represent overwhelmingly are income providers for their family, primary income providers. They have spouses and children in the community, many of whom are US citizens or in mixed status households. And I believe as an organization, we really urge that Bill 9725 be passed because we've seen what's possible when there is that centralized government leadership that is facing our immigrant communities and engaging them and pulling them and closer into connection with our local governments and our businesses as well. And because of the significant population of immigrants in Baltimore County,
Mr. Lopez, please conclude your remarks.
They deserve a voice. They deserve an opportunity to be formally integrated into local governments and policy and service delivery. We urge a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Our next speaker is Catalina Rodriguez Lima, followed by Nick Stewart. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Rodriguez Lima.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the County Council. My name is Catalina Rodriguez Lima, and I am the founding director of the Baltimore City Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. I am also an immigrant from Ecuador. Like many immigrants, I moved to Baltimore County more than 20 years ago to reunite with my family. My family's history in the county dates back to 1971 when my great aunt and her husband came to Baltimore in search of a better future. Since then, our family has grown and put down roots across the county in places like Parkville, Caucusville, Lutherville, Hunt Valley, Towson, White Marsh, and beyond. My family members are business owners, nurses, engineers, chefs, public servants, firefighters, scientists, teachers, and students. We love this country and we love Baltimore County. This jurisdiction gave us opportunity, stability, and a place to belong. I'm also a proud graduate of Towson University. It was the university that introduced me to public service, and as Councilman Patoka mentioned during the last hearing, I began my career as an intern in the mayor's office in Baltimore City. In 2014, I had the honor of establishing the very first Baltimore City Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. And since then, I have led efforts to build immigrant integration infrastructures in local government, strengthen coordination across city agencies, improve language access, and create systems that work for immigrant families both in everyday life and during moments of crisis. I'm here today to strongly support Bill 9725 as the permanent establishment of an Office of Immigrant Affairs in Baltimore County. From my experience, immigrant communities are resilient, hardworking, and deeply invested in the places that they call home. They contribute every day to our economy and civic life. Yet without a centralized and trusted structure within government, many struggle to access services, not because they don't qualify, but because the systems that they're fragmented and for language barriers. These are not individual failures. They are structural gaps, and structural gaps require structural solutions. The Office of Immigrant Affairs is not symbolic, it is an operational infrastructure. Immigrant communities are often disproportionately impacted by crisis, from public health emergencies to policy changes. Without a standing office, responses are slower and less coordinated. This office also strengthens everyday governance, embedding equity and access to cultural competent programs, not as an afterthought, but as a standard practice. I also want to highlight one issue that we encounter in this city is that many Baltimore County residents seek services in our city, not knowing that eligibility is tied to residency. An office can provide accurate information and referrals close to the county. For all these reasons, I strongly urge you to vote in favor of Bill 9725. Let's continue building Baltimore County as a place of inclusion, the same place that welcomed my family more than 50 years ago. Thank you for your leadership and your consideration.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Mr. Rodriguez Lima. Yes, Councilman Patoka.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Rodriguez Lima on her career path and how she's ascended to be the director of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. She started out as a very young intern in the Mayor's Office of Neighborhoods. We were the host. I was much younger too. We were the host agency for the Mayor's Office of Hispanic Affairs. And Ms. Catalina worked in that sector of our office, that unit, and she did great work, and she's continued to do great work. And it really comes down to skills and talent, Catalina. And so I'm so happy to see you in the position you are. And Mayor Scott has done well to have you in that position, helping advise him.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you all for your leadership on this particular bill, which is not trying to create a special treatment or special services. It's simply trying to level the playing field so that residents who are taxpayers have access to the resources that they deserve.
Thank you,
seeing
Mayor.
you, Catalina.
Have a great night. All right, Ms. Phil Castro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Nick Stewart, followed by Ricardo Ortiz.
Good.
Mr. Stewart, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Nick Stewart. The stakes are high in Baltimore County, and we know that over 100,000 of our neighbors are foreign-born. We know that these neighbors, they feel attacked and ostracized and scapegoated. You know, the reason for all of our troubles, but this is wrong. And our diversity is our greatest strength. We have no doubt about that. So I'm glad that you all are taking up these measures. And starting with Bill 9725, I will say that Baltimore County should have a cabinet level office. This is an important and overdue step and would bring us in line with Baltimore City, as we just heard. But a real Office of Immigrant Affairs with its own budget and authority and a seat at the table, it will help us move beyond just assimilation. It will allow us to drive coordination across all silos of government, you know, and advance the integration of immigrant families into the full life of our community. So this is not just an abstract policy discussion. Just today, you may have seen that we received word Hispanic graduation rates in our state are slipping. This is parents who are keeping their children home because they're afraid to send them to school. These are our kids. We are better than this, and we need to support them. And turning to Bill 9825, I likewise support this bill. However, I am concerned it doesn't go far enough. If the design of this bill, at least in part, is to back away from the county's memorandum of understanding with ICE, then I believe it deserves a second look. The administration has made clear that it doesn't believe this bill impacts the MOU or the county's protocol in any material way. So if we are serious about public safety and human rights, we should take a stand and state clearly that local government shouldn't be deputized as enforcers of federal civil immigration law. That is what Howard County did, it's what Baltimore City did, and it's what Montgomery County is trying to do right now. And finally, I'd like to address process. As I understand it, both of these bills are emergency bills. And as a result, they'll need at least 5 votes to be passed into law.
That is
So this
actually
seems
not the
unwise.
case. That is not the
Okay.
case, Mr. Stewart.
Please
It'll
correct me.
take a simple majority. If it does get 5, it can be effective as early as 2 weeks after enactment. If it gets 4 votes, it would be 45 days after enactment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. My understanding is they're still structured as emergency bills, but that they then would be otherwise
They are not,
pushed through
Mr.
on a more
Stewart.
rapid timeline.
They are
I'm
not
sorry?
structured as emergency bills, sir.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification. And so those are my remarks. Support for both of these pieces of legislation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ricardo Ortiz, followed by Susanna Barrios. I have a Ricardo one with no last name. Hopefully it is Mr. Ortiz.
Yes,
Mr. Ortiz?
it's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Mr. Ortiz, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ricardo Ortiz. I am a community leader in the Baltimore County and a member of CAPSI. We are a group of immigrants and U.S. citizens working together to uplift our immigrants community in Baltimore through education, leadership development, and direct support services that help families build better lives. I am here today to voice my strong support for bills 09725 and 09825 because I am part of the communities these bills protect. We are your neighbors, your coworkers, your essential workers, and small businesses owners. We work hard, we raise our families here, and we contribute every single day to the county economy with our labor, our businesses, and our resources. It is time for our contribution to be recognized and for our families to be protected. These bills affirm something very simple but very powerful, that everyone deserves dignity, safety, and equal treatment regardless of immigrant status. Across the country, we have seen what happens when federal enforcement operates without accountability. People become afraid to report crimes, afraid to seek medical care, afraid to speak out, and afraid to participate in civil life. That fear does not make us safer. It weakens trust and harms entire communities. Local policy like this bill send a clear message that Baltimore County chooses trust over fear. When people feel safe interacting with local government, public safety improves for everyone. Children go to school without fear, families access health care, workers report abuse, communities grow stronger. These bills are not just about immigrants, they are about constitutional rights, community safety, and the values we claim as a county. I respectfully urge you to vote yes on these bills, and thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Susanna Barrios, followed by Donna Backus. Ms. Barrios, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Ms. Barrios, how are you tonight?
Couldn't figure out the microphone. Good
There
evening.
you go. We have you now.
Okay, and I don't think I can figure out the camera, so I apologize.
That's okay.
Good evening. My name is Susana Barrios. I am a immigrant from Guatemala. I have lived in the United States since 1981. I came when I was 10 years old, and I am 54 now. I'm a longtime resident of Baltimore County. My children graduated from Baltimore County schools. I am here tonight to speak in support of Bill 9725 and 9825 and 9725. These numbers have me all confused. I am sorry. Both, like many immigrant families, but we have put down roots here. We call Baltimore County our home. Since the establishment of the Immigrant Affairs team, I have seen a real difference in how I have gotten a seat at the table. I have seen more outreach. I have been encouraged to participate and do my civic duty. I have clear communication. And this is just across the board. And more efforts to make sure immigrant residents are included, not as an afterthought, but as part of the community. Making this team permanent with a cabinet-led level director matters. A codified immigrant affairs team will only increase access and support for every immigrant who chooses to call Baltimore County a home. And it makes sure this work continues no matter who is in office. I also want to clear up something that came up during the testimony a couple of weeks ago. Being an immigrant does not mean being undocumented. Immigrants are citizens. They are green card holders. They are visa holders, refugees, and mixed family status. When people use the word immigrant as if it only means undocumented, it erases a lot of families who work, pay taxes, raise children, and contribute to this country every single day. That's why I support both Bill 9725 and 9825. These bills don't just protect undocumented immigrants, despite what some opponents have suggested. They protect all immigrants by creating clarity, setting boundaries, and building trust between residents and local governments. And when there's trust, communities are safe to report crimes, to ask for help, to attend meetings, public meetings such as this, and as town halls, as you have seen the increase of the immigrant community during the town hall meetings. So I respectfully ask that Baltimore County Council to vote yes to Bill 9725 and Bill 9825. Because when immigrants' families feel safe, seen, and supported, they don't just live in Baltimore County, they help build it. And I want to add finally that in the past month or so, my daughters and I, before we leave our home, we make sure that we carry our passports. Do you understand how how hard it is to walk around, to feel the need to carry your passport because of how we look, because how we might get stopped by police or somebody, because I don't understand fully. I have tried to understand, but this is the stage where we are, because we don't feel protected in Baltimore County. We don't feel safe. We are very scared. And this is us being U.S. citizens. Imagine how people feel when somebody knocks on your door, when a police car is behind you, because now you don't know who's safe or not. I thank you for your time, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios.
Our next speaker is Donna Batkus, followed by Lucia Ilis. Ms. Batkus, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so very much. Again, thank you so much to the council for holding this hearing, and I will make my remarks short and sweet. Fear is in the air, and these two bills can erase that fear, but they can certainly go a long way towards ameliorating the fear that so many people, as the prior speakers have said, that to be able to leave your house shouldn't be a crapshoot. Fear is not a dog whistle. Right now, it's a bullhorn. And I think that the county has to shout back clearly and fully that our neighbors, all of them, deserve to feel safe and to be able to be integrated and into our county. Having to leave your house with your passport or your passport card. My husband is an immigrant. He's a physician, and he never goes anywhere without his passport card anymore. That's insane. But that's where we are. So I want to just say, I'm not going to take too much of your time. I'm fully on board with both of these bills, 97, 28.5 and 98.25, because they're about sanity. They are about making people, all people in our county, feel seen and heard. And very importantly, people who come here as immigrants for many, many different reasons, contribute and are part of the fabric of our communities. We wouldn't exist without them. And I can't speak more strongly to what the speakers have said before, so I won't go over this. My family, I'm from an immigrant family. I'm married to an immigrant man. They are the richness that I have because of the interaction and the weaving of fabrics of the different cultures is so important. I think we're a stronger community, and Baltimore County can use their voice by making, encoding, making sure that the Office of Immigrant Affairs is codified and that the voice of immigrants is protected, but also it is elevated. So I just think that we're here to build, not destroy. And I think that the horrors of what we've been seeing all around us should be ample. And in closing, I will say, for those people who are terrified that people are going to come in and they're going to commit crimes, well, the crimes that are committed by citizens far outstrip any crimes that are by any other group, period. And so I just really want to say that the fear that's being mongered is wrong, and it's having an impact on every level of society. But most importantly, people who are immigrants and
Please
who
conclude
have
your
so
remarks,
much to
ma'am.
contribute. I am finished with my remarks, and I thank you. I strongly support both of these bills. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Backus. All right, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Lucia Eilis, followed by Jennifer Blaylock. Please, to people, people testifying, be mindful of the time, the clock on the side. We do give you an extra 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of Baltimore County Council. My name is Lucia Islas, and I'm here today not only as an immigrant and president of Comité Latino Baltimore and CAPCI, but also as a representative of countless individuals who live in fear, uncertainty, and silence. I am here to express my wholehearted support for Bills 97-25 and 98-25, which aim to protect and uplift immigrant communities in our county. As an immigrant, I have experienced the struggles and challenges that come with navigating a new life in a foreign land. I have had the privilege of finding my voice and a sense of belonging here in Baltimore County. However, I am quickly aware that many of my brothers and sisters in our immigrant community do not share this privilege. They live in the shadows, paralyzed by fear and the very real threat of deportation or discrimination. This fear is felt by all immigrant communities and individuals, regardless of their immigration status. Across the nation, we have witnessed an alarming rise in anti-immigrant sentiment policies, and across that have only served to deepen the division among us. In many cases, these policies have directly targeted individuals and families who contribute to our society in countless ways. It is our duty to stand up for those who cannot, to offer them a semblance of job and security amidst the turmoil. Baltimore County has long been a beacon of diversity and resilience, and these bills represent a commitment to uphold the values that make our community strong. Bills 97-25 and 98-25 for the most vulnerable among us, ensuring access to essential services, protection from anomalous policies, and recognition of the invaluable contributions that immigrants make to our community. I urge each of you to consider the stories of those who remain silent and fearful. Imagine the strength it takes to leave one's homes in search of safety, to sacrifice everything for a chance to a better life. By supporting these bills, you are sending a powerful message that in Baltimore County, we stand for justice, for compassion, and for the dignity of every individual, regardless of their background. Let us be the champions of inclusivity and acceptance that our community needs. Please support Bills 197-25 and 19A25. And together, let us build a future where all residents can thrive free from fear and guide the support of their community. Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much. Please support these bills. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Blaylock, followed by Lena Amick. Ms. Blaylock, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair Ortel and council members. My name is Jennifer Blaylock, and I am here today on behalf of Indivisible Baltimore County. I want to thank Councilman Patoka, my District 2 council member, for introducing Bills 9725 and 9825, legislation that both responds to this moment and is long overdue. Indivisible Baltimore County members agree that this work should be a priority for our county and its leadership. We have been encouraged by the engagement of several council members. Thank you to council members Ortel, Young, and Jones for listening to impacted community members and advocates. Thank you to Councilman Cash for your openness to constituent discussion. We hope other council members will also meet with supporters of this legislation. Because while there are many supporters, there are also many impacted residents who would see real benefit if these bills pass. As a mother of 2 young daughters, I ask you to keep families and specifically children at the center of this conversation. Kids are scared. Every child who calls Baltimore County home deserves to feel safe and secure in their community. Children need their parents to be able to access county services without fear. An Office of Immigrant Affairs with leadership trusted and accountable to the community helps make that possible. We strongly encourage the council to consider a cabinet-level director of immigrant affairs with a confirmation process that provides transparency, public accountability, and the authority needed to coordinate effectively across county agencies. On a personal and practical note, I'm also a registered nurse. In healthcare, consistent standards and practices are essential for people to feel safe accessing critical services. That same principle applies to Bill 9825, in my opinion. County services can be life-saving, yet I've recently heard stories showing confusion among county employees. Most recently, a school resource officer incorrectly telling a teacher that ICE would be involved after a minor fender bender on school grounds when an undocumented resident is involved. From my understanding, that is not county policy, and misunderstandings like this cause real harm. They demonstrate why clear guidance, training, and resources are essential to ensure the law is implemented as intended. So we would ask that that be considered in the final legislation for 9825. In closing, Indivisible Baltimore County encourages all council members to continue meeting with impacted constituents and advocates, and we hope to see your support reflected in a yes vote on Bills 9725 and 9825. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blaylock.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Patoka.
So I would just like to ask Councilman Jones, this is a really important issue we're dealing with, and I'm informed that he is at a community meeting in my district, and I would ask him to pay attention to this meeting. This is one of the more challenging things that we are going to deal with. So he might not respond to me, but if you could encourage him to focus on this meeting and not on his campaign, because he's in a community meeting right now outside of his district. And I just think that's inappropriate, especially with this important issue we're dealing with.
Councilman Patoka, you talking to me?
I was talking to the chair because you're at a community meeting right now in my district. And this is a really important meeting. This is a really important issue, Councilman Jones.
I know it's very important. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, Councilman Patoka.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
Next
you.
speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
My district first.
Our next speaker is
Okay.
Lena Amick, followed by Han Lim. Ms. Amick, you may begin your testimony. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council Chair Ortel and members of the council. My name is Lena Amick. It's great to see you all. I'm a social studies teacher at Parkville High School and a proud member of the Teachers Association of Baltimore County. And tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of TABCO with the support of President Kelly Olds to urge you to pass Bills 9725 and 9825. 1 in 6 of our BCPS students is born outside the US, and many more have immigrant parents and families. They are our beloved classmates, teammates, students, and friends. As educators, it's our duty and responsibility to advocate for what is best for all our students, including students with immigrant or mixed status families. We, as the Teachers Association of Baltimore County, urge the county to vote in favor of these 2 bills. As a teacher, I've seen firsthand how ICE has caused terror in our school communities. Just like Mr. Perez spoke, last week, reports circulated among students and staff at my school that federal officers had been seen in the Parkville neighborhoods near the school. Many of us were on edge, wondering if a child we knew or their family would be abducted from their house, ripped from their family, and thrown into detention. Educators in BCPS schools around the county have had experiences like this the past few months. We've seen this reality firsthand in the fear and grief in our students' faces and the empty desks in our classroom. The current campaign by federal law enforcement is bad for children. It's bad for education. And my primary responsibility is to provide a quality education to all of my students, which I can't do if they don't feel safe in my room or if they fear that their parents won't be there when they get home. When people are afraid of being racially profiled, locked up, and unlawfully deported, they don't come to school, they don't go to doctor's appointments, they don't open their businesses, and crucially, they don't report crimes or cooperate with legal investigations. That's why 9825 is so important. At a time when ICE and CBP engage in policies of racial profiling, this bill protects Marylanders from discrimination from county employees. At a time when ICE and CBP are publicly violating the laws and basic rights, this bill affirms that racial or status-based discrimination has no place in Baltimore County and any of the services this county provides. Health, safety, and an equal education are a right for all of us. And this also protects me as a teacher and my fellow county employees from being compromised in our duty and the safety and well-being of the people of Baltimore County. Before I close, I want to emphasize how much an Office of Immigrant Affairs would benefit the community at this time. As teachers, it's important that we know where to point our students when they have questions about their rights or want to know about getting a lawyer or finding a dentist or getting their paperwork so they can apply for their driver's license or about enrolling in CCBC as a non-citizen. These are the sorts of things that Baltimore City's Office of Immigrant Affairs does regularly. This is not some sort of new experiment. Cities do this all the time around the country. This county's office can function similarly, removing barriers to equal protection under the law that the federal executive seems so intent on putting up. The council is a steadfast advocate and defender of the rights of the county residents. These bills speak to the urgency of this moment by strengthening and honing support for our neighbors, colleagues, and students. The Teachers Association of Baltimore County knows that the council will affirm the dignity of those who call this place home and all of our school communities and vote yes on 9725 and 9825. Thank you so much for your consideration tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Amick. Keep up the good work at Parkville High.
Our
That's
next
very
speaker
compelling
is
testimony.
Han Lim, followed by Kai Lau.
Good evening. My name is Han. I'm a Chinese American, reside in Baltimore County, and I'm also a preschool teacher. Every day I work with children from immigrant families. I see how hard it can be for parents to navigate school system, government forms and services, especially when language and cultural barriers exist. So when families are confused or afraid to ask for help, their children feel it. It affects learning, stability, and a child's sense of belonging. This is why I strongly support Bills 97-25 and 98-25. Creating an Office of Immigrant Affairs give immigrant families a clear and trusted place to turn. For this office to truly work, leadership matters. So I respectfully support the amending Bill 97-25 to create a Director of Immigration Affairs confirmed by the County Council. As a teacher, I know consistency and accountability build trust. Families and schools need stable leadership that can coordinate across departments and follow through over time. I also support Bill 98-25 because when immigrant families feel safe and informed, students can focus on learning and growing and contributing to our community. As a teacher and a Chinese American resident, I see how policy decisions directly shape the life of our children. I urge the Council to support the Bills 97-25 and to pass the Bill 98-25. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to our community.
Thank you, Ms. Lim. We appreciate you being here. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kai Lau. I do not see their name on the list. However, there is a phone number. I can only see like 6 digits. This may be the person, so I'm going to put them on as a panelist. Is this Kai Lau?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. My apologies. I saw your number but did not see your name. Kai
Yeah,
Lau is going to testify, followed by Maureen Wambui. You may begin.
all right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Kai Lau, and I'm a Chinese American high school student and resident of Baltimore County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Growing up in an immigrant family, I've seen how language barriers and unfamiliar systems can make it hard for families to access information, services, and support. And these challenges don't just affect the adults, they affect us students too. When families feel uncertain or unsupported, it impacts our education, mental well-being, and sense of belonging. And that's why I support Bills 97-25 and 98-25. Establishing an Office of Immigrant Affairs is an important step towards making Baltimore County more inclusive and responsive to immigrant communities. I also support 98-25 because it helps protect immigrant families and improves access to essential services. When us families feel safe and informed, students like me can focus on our learning, our leadership, and our positive contributions to our community. Us immigrant youth are part of Baltimore County's future, and these bills will help ensure that we grow up supported, empowered, and ready to give back. I respectfully urge the Council to support Bills 97-25 and 98-25. Thank you for your time and commitment to our community.
Our next speaker is Maureen Wambui, followed by Rebecca Ritter. Ms. Wambui, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair, Council members, and neighbors. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Maureen Wambui, and I'm a first-generation immigrant, a longtime Baltimore County resident, and a community advocate who works closely with immigrant families every day. I'm here once again in support of Bills 97-25 and 98-25 because these bills are not abstract to me. They are deeply personal and they are sound public policy. For many immigrant families, local government can feel distant or intimidating, even when they are doing everything right. I've sat with parents who are afraid to ask for help, workers unsure how to report abuse, and small business owners who want to comply but don't know where to turn. That gap is not a failure of people, it is a failure of systems. Bill 97-25 addresses that gap directly. Codifying the Office of Immigrant Affairs is about coordination, accountability, and access. It's about improved language access, strengthened interagency collaboration, supported workforce participation, and increased trust. From a policy standpoint, this is effective governance, centralized expertise, better data, and more efficient service delivery. From a human standpoint, it tells residents they matter. Just a side note, language access is not a simple program that can just be added to the Human Services Department. Bill 9825 complements that work by restoring trust. Clear boundaries between local services and federal immigration enforcement allow county employees to do their jobs well and allow residents to engage without fear. Research and lived experience show that when trust exists, people report crimes, seek preventive healthcare, keep children in school, and participate in civic life. That is not only humane, it is essential to public safety and economic stability. We do not want any inhumane situations like we've seen on the leaked footage from the ICE Black site inside of 31 Hopkins Plaza, Baltimore, anywhere near Baltimore County. We do not want to see that. Together, these bills strengthen Baltimore County. They promote inclusion, economic contribution, and community safety while ensuring compliance with existing laws. Most importantly, they affirm dignity. I urge you to continue advancing Bills 9725 and 9825 for smart policy and for the people who call this county home. And just as John Lewis said, we should strive to create a beloved community by spreading the message of love and peace. Thank you for listening.
Well said, Maureen.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Ritter, followed by Jerry Withers. Ms. Ritter, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Hi, my name is Rebecca Ritter. I'm a lifelong Maryland resident, and I've been living and working in Baltimore City and County for the last 3 or 4 years. I've worked in public health and advocacy for immigrants, people who are unhoused, veterans, and other vulnerable populations. And I'm now a graduate student and instructor at UMBC. I think we've heard from a lot of people on this call tonight that we're in a state of emergency as far as immigrants are concerned in Baltimore County. People are scared. They're skipping doctor's appointments, keeping kids home from school. They're missing court dates. And I can speak as to students at schools like UMBC and Towson, where I'm also a grad from, and that have significant international student populations. International students are scared, and the current climate is going to be a deterrence in the future for students who want to attend some of our really excellent universities, people who want to work here on research visas, people who want to come here to work in our hospitals and contribute to our community. So I'm really looking forward to having an Office of Immigration Affairs in Baltimore County, which seems like it's long overdue. I'm the descendant of Irish and Jewish immigrants who I know did not come here when there was any kind of immigration law that people are subjected to today. And I think this is really important, not just to provide extremely needed services to people throughout Baltimore County, but to also kind of build that infrastructure and encourage economic growth in Baltimore County that I think we see much more of in our sister counties like Howard County and Montgomery County, where there's like a much more robust infrastructure to support immigrants. I also am here in support of the second bill. I will yield my time on that section, but I do think it's extremely important to provide guidance for our county employees and to help immigrants in this county feel safer and able to attend important things like doctor's appointments, school meetings, things like that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ritter.
Our next speaker is Jerry Withers, followed by Elizabeth Clifford. I cannot find Mr. Withers on by name, but I see a phone number that might be him.
Is Jerry Withers?
Mr. Withers?
Yes.
Okay, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Withers. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you, council members, for giving me a chance to speak tonight. My name is Jerry Withers. I'm a longtime resident of Baltimore County, and I want to testify on behalf of both bills 97 and 9825. I am testifying against both of these bills because I've been listening to all the testimony, and maybe I'm the elephant in the room or something, but I'm against both of these bills because, in my opinion, everyone has missed the mark on these bills. I guess they can't see the forest for the trees. This will make us a sanctuary county, and because of this, right off the bat, we will lose $500 million in federal dollars to our already bankrupt Baltimore County government. And it's bankrupt, and taxes are going to be going up after the election, so forth and so on. By putting these two bills into law, this will create another level of Baltimore County bureaucracy with a lot of high six-figure salaries. I cannot believe that these three councilmen that are running for county executive, Patoka, Young, and Jones, co-sponsored these bills. I just wonder, with this in mind, how you will run county government if elected county executive. The county executive and the 7 council members, sadly enough, run Baltimore County government. And to date, you have collectively done a very poor job. The county is broke, and taxes will be raised very shortly. I read a lot of articles on the Baltimore Brew. There's numerous articles how the Baltimore County is whizzing a lot of money away for contracts, for all kind of different services that are never used, but yet the money goes out the window. Our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. I urge everyone, I urge the county council to vote against these bills for the best interest of all Baltimore County residents, safety, and well-being. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my perspective on these two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Withers.
Mr. Withers? Mr. Chair, Mr. Withers, I appreciate your perspective, but this is an issue where we do need real leadership. And so this is an issue where. Go ahead, Mr.
What
Withers.
about what about the $500 million we're going to lose from federal government funding? And what about us becoming a sanctuary county? I'm for immigrants. I'm all for immigrants, but come here legally. Izzy, come here legally. You know, this is an election year, and you're out scouring votes, you and the other 2 candidates. So that's what it's all about, sir.
I believe in this, and some things are worth fighting for. Thank you, Mr. Withers.
What about us?
All right, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Clifford, followed by Susan Heidenreich. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Ms. Clifford, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening. Good evening, council members.
Clifford.
My name is Elizabeth Clifford, and I'm a resident of Baltimore County. I'm also founder and co-coordinator of the Baltimore Immigration Summit, a collaborative effort between Towson University, Baltimore City, and Baltimore County. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of Bills 9725 and 9825. I applaud the Council for taking these important steps towards formally establishing an Office of Immigrant Affairs and stepping up to better ensure that the police protect our immigrant neighbors rather than prey upon them. In my work with the Baltimore Immigration Summit, I've seen the growth and support for immigrants and refugees in Baltimore City as they established and now codified their Office of Immigrant Affairs. I have also been witness to the hard work in Baltimore County as the Chief of Immigrant Affairs has helped us tremendously with the Immigration Summit. The next step that must be taken is the establishment of an Office of Immigrant Affairs. Immigrants are vital drivers of Baltimore County's economy and culture. They are taxpayers, neighbors, friends, family members, employers, coworkers, students, congregants, ICU nurses, and much more. At this very perilous time in our country's life, immigrants need our allyship and support to continue to thrive. Bills 9725 and 9825 both can help resist the dangerous anti-immigrant tide that is currently threatening not only immigrants, but citizens and our very democracy. Thank you for your service to all in our community and for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Clifford.
The next speaker that was registered, Susan Heidenreich or Heidenrich. She is not on as an attendee, either by phone number or by name. So I'm going to go on to the next speaker, who is Stephanie Petrides, followed by Maria Brown. You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Ms. Petrides, welcome.
Am I unmuted?
You are now.
All right, beautiful. Good evening, County Council members. 2 weeks ago, I testified in support of 97 and 9825, but please let me reintroduce myself. In most of this testimony, this is going to be my only time testifying. I will not need to testify again for 9825. My name is Stephanie. I am a queer, trans, non-binary resident of Owings Mills who works at a homeless outreach center about 2 blocks from the Towson County Courthouse. I am here to speak up for the many immigrants I work with every day and for all those who are hiding in fear from indiscriminate arrest because of what they look or sound like. I am also here to speak up for those who, even beyond the fear of arrest, also fear the general public. As a trans person, I have dealt with more than my fair share of discrimination and hatred from not only the current administration, but those that have felt emboldened by them as well. And if people are feeling emboldened to treat me as though I'm some unnatural freak of nature because of their rhetoric, then I can only imagine some of the vitriol and hatred being spewed at and acted on towards my friends and neighbors who have darker skin or speak a different language. These bills help show the immigrant community that in the face of this hatred and white supremacist rhetoric from others, not only is their presence here welcomed, it is embraced and necessary to the fabric of our state. 2 weeks ago, I said that I felt angry, frustrated, scared, and helpless because of what is going on in this country. We can upgrade angry to enraged, frustrated to at my wit's end, and scared to absolutely and completely petrified. And that feeling of helplessness just grows a little more every day as I witness blatant illegal activity by this administration continuing without recourse. I testified 2 weeks ago that if ICE and MEGA continue unchecked, treating immigrants, minorities, and people experiencing homelessness like they are trash, we will be adding more names to the ever-growing list of those who have died at the hands of ICE. Well, sure enough, we can go ahead and add at least 5 more names to that list. I may be a little off on that number. But while details and records of many of these deaths are disturbingly lacking, there's plenty of footage of Alex Preddy's execution. The videos are sickening. This man was murdered by ICE, like several others have been, plain and simple. And how can we expect anyone to feel safe anywhere when these masked, untrained, and violent men are flooding our streets? Again, and I will repeat this several times to everyone, I am absolutely terrified. I can't even imagine how my immigrant neighbors feel right now. No one deserves to die for driving without a license or from the untreated effects of drug withdrawal while being detained in deplorable conditions. And no one's last words should be, "Are you okay?" as they put their life on the line while standing up for what is right. This needs to end. And finally, I am beyond sick of anyone who is trying to use federal money as a reason to speak against these bills. Personally, I really couldn't care less about the federal funding implications. This administration takes away money on a whim. I also understand that there's only so much that can be done at the county level, but I will repeat my request from 2 weeks ago. Please pass these two bills and show the state and the country exactly where Baltimore stands in the fight for immigrants' rights and basic humanity. Thank you for listening, and thank you again to my councilman, Mr. Patoka, for standing up and for acting for what is right, and for those council members who have seen what is happening and have signed on to stand up and act for what is right as well.
Thank you. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next registered speaker was Maria Brown. I cannot find Ms. Brown by phone or by name online, so I'm going to go to the next speaker, who is Michelle Tillman. I have a Michelle T in the attendee list. I'm hoping that that is Ms. Tillman. Ms. Tillman, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready, and she will be followed by, following her will be Tina Horn.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Tillman. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate the ability to be a participant here, and I appreciate the time of the chairman and county council members. I'm a lifelong resident of Baltimore County with lineage in Moncton. My family goes back a long time, and I'm very lucky to be a resident here, and I am also very appreciative of everyone who comes into our county and becomes residents, whether they're arriving years ago or yesterday. We have such a great, strong, diverse population, and that is really something we should be appreciative of, and we should really welcome people and not support anything that makes them feel scared. I've heard wonderful testimony tonight of so many people who also are strongly in support of these two bills, 9725 and 9825, so that we can have a society where trust is restored. There's a good public outreach for immigrants through these bills. And I've just been seeing so many things that are happening with the way ICE is conducting itself in other cities right now. And I'm very terrified that this would come to hurt our friends and neighbors in this county. There's too much fear, and too many really evil things are happening, not only to people who are here, immigrants, but even the people that we've been seeing murdered that are citizens of the country. So I would rather have a system where justice, compassion, and love is emphasized, and dignity. So many things that people have said tonight really resonate with me. I just want to say thank you so much for considering supporting these two bills. They really make a lot of sense to me. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ms. Tillman. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tina Horn, followed by Lisa Samutka. Ms. Horn, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that very much, members of the council. My name is Tina Horn. Thank you. My name is Tina Horn, and I am the Chief External Affairs Officer of the Luminous Network. We're a nonprofit legal immigration services provider who works directly with immigrant individuals and families across Baltimore County. Luminous was founded in the early 1980s in Howard County, but has grown significantly and now has a regional footprint. I am testifying in strong support of the legislation establishing the Permanent Office of Immigrant Affairs within the Office of the County Executive, and I would like to respectfully urge each of you to vote in favor of Bill 9725 to support the establishment of that office. In our daily work, we see both the resilience of immigrant communities and the systemic barriers that they face. Many Baltimore County residents that we serve are essential workers, small business owners, parents, caregivers, and they contribute significantly to the local economy and civic life. Yet they often struggle to access critical county services due to many reasons, including, unfortunately, fear and confusion about government systems, as well as language barriers, lack of coordinated information. These challenges are not due to a lack of effort on their part, but rather the absence of a centralized trusted structure within county government dedicated to their integration and access. You've already heard folks talking about how immigrants are a substantial and vital part of the county. 12 to 13% of county residents, more than 100,000 people, are foreign born. In the county, these residents collectively contribute over $1 billion, with a billion, annually in federal, state, and local taxes, and have billions of dollars in consumer spending power. They strengthen neighborhoods, they support local businesses. Immigrants also operate thousands of businesses within the county, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in income, creating jobs for county residents. Statewide, immigrants make up more than 20% of Maryland's workforce. The immigrants Luminous serves work across critical industries that keep Baltimore County going: healthcare, construction, hospitality, manufacturing, transportation, childcare, etc. Many served on front lines during COVID pandemic and continue to fill essential workforce gaps today. The establishment of this Office of Immigrant Affairs is not symbolic. It's actually practical and very necessary. This legislation clearly defines the office's purpose, duties, leadership, reporting structure, and it ensures accountability and continuity across administrations. From a service provider like Luminous's perspective, having a centralized office that can coordinate across agencies and serve as a liaison between immigrant communities and county government will directly impact service delivery and our outcomes. The office will cross-agency coordination will reduce duplication, increase efficiency, and build trust. Trust that is essential if residents are to access services earlier rather than waiting until crises emerge. Oh, I had that on my face the whole time, I'm sorry. I strongly urge you to vote in favor of this legislation and to support the permanent establishment of the Office of Immigrant Affairs. Doing so affirms Baltimore County's commitment to effective governance, economic vitality, and the dignity of all of the residents who call the county home. Thank you so much for your leadership and your consideration.
Thanks, Ms. Horn. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next registered speaker was Lisa Samutka. I have a Lisa online who only has her first name. I want to stress to people who register to speak to please put your last name. I am unable to find you or call you if you just put yourself on the meeting with your first name only. I'm not sure if this person is Lisa Samutka, but I will make her a panelist. Ms. Samutka?
Ms. Samutka?
No, this is not her.
Okay, thank you so much for letting us know. Thank you. Bear with me, Mr. Chair. This is why it's important to put all your information on, because I have a list of about 130 people right now, and I have to find this person. Give me 1 second. I'll see if they're on by phone. I do not see Ms. Samutka on by phone, so I will go to the next person, who is Jackie Lesh, followed by Juan Nunez. You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay, Ms. Lesh, are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Hi, good evening, Council Chair Ertel and members of the council. My name is Jackie Lesh, and I'm a District 1 constituent and a BCPS teacher who works with multilingual learners with significant disabilities. Since the beginning of the school year, I've been advocating for the Baltimore County School Board to develop a policy to protect our immigrant students, and I'm going to keep on advocating for that. But thank you to Councilman Petrocca for introducing this pair of bills that will really help protect my students and families. This school year, there has been a decrease in attendance with my students, as well as a decrease in families attending meetings and school events. My students are moving homes more frequently due to fear and detained and deported family members. There are more unhoused students than before, and they're slipping through the cracks. The teachers, family liaisons, community facilitators, and social workers are doing their best to keep these families connected to the schoolhouse and available resources. But we need more, and the Office of Immigrant Affairs will do more by providing a centralized structure. That's why I'm specifically interested in Purpose 2 of the bill, which states that it will make recommendations for existing or proposed policies at all levels of government. So hopefully, with the County Council's bill approval, Baltimore County Schools will also develop a policy like this. That's my hope. Please vote in favor of Bill 9725 and 9825 and listen carefully to all our community members who share their stories in so many ways. They are assets and we can learn so much from them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Leash. Lash, right, sorry. All right, next speaker.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment before we move on to the next speaker. The list that we're coming off of right now with the speakers that we're calling are for Bill 97. Bill 9725. If someone signed up for both, they are certainly welcome at this time while we're calling speakers on Bill 97 to also testify on Bill 98. If you signed up for Bill 98 only, that is why you have not been called yet. We are not on Bill 98 yet. We are only on Bill 97. I just wanted to clarify that because some speakers who registered are asking why they have not been called, and that is because they only signed up for Bill 98. Our next speaker is Juan Nunez, followed by Joe McMonigal. Mr. Nunez, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Just want to say how honored I am to have an opportunity to have a voice in this process. Good evening, members of the County Council and Chairperson Ertel. I testify for a one-time Bill 97 in support of the Office of Immigrant Affairs. On behalf of Dominicanos Unidos de Baltimore, a 501c3 nonprofit that provides services to the immigrant community of Baltimore by promoting culture, art, and the social entrepreneurship in the Latino community of Baltimore and surrounding areas. The immigrants from the Dominican Republic, a Caribbean nation, has seen many migrants coming into Baltimore County to raise their families here. Many Dominican immigrants have come from New York, Massachusetts, Florida, and of course, their native country. Please know, Dominican Republic is known to many as Hispaniola, one of the first European settlements, considered one of the most diverse land countries in the hemisphere, and has been the component of diversity which has strengthened its economy, and we hope it does the same for Baltimore County. Baltimore County, I strongly urge you to vote in favor of Bill 97 and support the permanent establishment of the Office of Immigrant Affairs. Member organizations collectively serve hundreds of immigrant residents. These include families with children, essential workers, seniors, small business owners. While many immigrants are deeply rooted in this county, many face significant barriers that when attempting to get access through the county services. This lack of coordinated community outreach and this monstrous fear of masked ICE agents causing mistrust in our government institution is unacceptable. Furthermore, the stat shows significant household contribution, over $1 billion annually in federal, state, and local taxes, holding billions of dollars in consumer spending power. This operation of thousands of immigrant-owned businesses generates hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. Immigrant workers are also concentrated in industries central to the county's economic stability, including healthcare, construction, restaurants, manufacturing, transportation, childcare, and STEM fields. These contributions continue to encounter systemic challenges for government delivery services. So I urge you all to come together for the common good of Baltimore County so we can create its Baltimore County Office of Immigrant Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez. Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker was Joe McMonigal. I cannot find that person by phone number or by name, so I will go on to the next speaker, who is Lauren Meredith, followed by Deborah Hill. Ms. Meredith, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready. Ms. Meredith?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you, Ms. Meredith. The floor is yours.
Appreciate it. Good evening, Chair Ertel and council members. My name is Lauren Meredith. I'm a resident of Cockeysville. I'm here to speak in support of Bill 9725, which establishes the Office of Immigrant Affairs. According to the American Immigrant Council, in 2019 alone, immigrants in this county held $2.8 billion worth of spending power and paid $677.2 million in federal taxes alone, in addition to $396 million in state and local taxes. They are workers, business owners, students, parents, and neighbors who contribute to our economy. To put it simply, immigrants are a vital part of Baltimore County. I am fortunate to build meaningful relationships with immigrant students from our county. These students are talented, motivated, and deeply resilient young people. And when I say I work with immigrant students, please understand many of them are first-generation Americans as well as first-generation college students. I work with individuals who are connected to Ghana, Nigeria, Mexico, El Salvador, Ethiopia, Nepal, India, the Middle East, Colombia, Brazil, Ivory Coast, Guatemala, Vietnam. The list goes on. Working with these individuals reminds me every day of the very elements that build vibrant communities and strong relationships: family, faith, traditions, culture, and care for one another, all while bringing their unique perspectives that enrich our learning environments, our neighborhoods, and our county. Many of the challenges these students face are not due to lack of effort or commitment in any way. Instead, they stem from a lack of clear coordination, accessible information within our systems. By centralizing expertise, coordinating across departments, and serving as a clear point of contact, this Office of Immigrant Affairs will help residents access existing services, reduce confusion, and improve communication between county and immigrant communities. As a taxpayer, I would like to see smarter policy decisions that lay the foundation for the future of Baltimore County. This would mean county planning and decision-making that uses data for informed recommendations, which creating the Office of Immigrant Affairs would work to do. That benefits everyone, not just immigrants. By voting yes on Bill 9725, you will be sending an important message. Baltimore County cares about good governance, fairness, and inclusion. I would also like to say that I appreciate Councilman Patoka's opening statements and recognizing and affirming what so many of us have seen with our eyes in the videos that have been released. As somebody who works with young people, I just want to reiterate to the gentleman on this council that our young people are not okay right now. We live in a world that is becoming divisive. It's harder to have dialogue. It's harder to get clarity of information to share with each other because of the way information is coming at people. And we need leaders who can clarify information. We need leaders who are brave enough to say that's not true. This is how things actually work. And we need that to be happening in ways that are bipartisan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Hill, followed by Ken Fitch. Ms. Hill, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Deborah Hill. I'd like to, first of all, thank Councilman David Marks. He's my representative, and I think he does a very good job. My name is Deborah Hill, and I want to say first that I am not a white supremacist. I do not support the Gestapo, and I don't know any Nazis. I am a Black woman whose parents had to walk into school doors through the Negro entrance. My father was chased out of Mississippi by the KKK, and he gave 28 years of his life to this country with the United States Air Force. So I say this as a proud American whose family has been in this country for generations. Anyone who did not come into this country the right way needs to be ashamed of themselves. You cut the line. Being an American is a privilege. It's not a right. You need to leave and come back the right way. You can't be expected to be respected if you fail to come here the right way. Do it right and you are welcome with open arms. And contrary to the opinions expressed here and the national platform that we see on the media, you are not an American just because you're here. It is a process. Citizenship is a process. And I think a lot of people have forgotten that. Now, I'm opposed to both bills, 9725 and 9825. The Office of Immigration Affairs duplicates the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services that's provided through the federal government to legal immigrants. We never needed this type of office before because there was not a wholesale effort by states to violate federal law and aid and abet illegal aliens who broke into this country and have refused to leave. The county acting as a liaison to the federal services is a logical step, thereby relieving Baltimore County taxpayers of an unnecessary financial burden. And if they are here illegally, then they need to go home and reapply to come in legally. Last time I spoke on this bill, I misspoke. I likened the actions of the Baltimore County Council to a monarchy because of the total disregard for the rule of law. I have to update my views. The action of the county council is akin to the Soviet Politburo. Still the same disregard to the rule of law, but now it's done at the expense of the citizens of this county. A truly socialist agenda is being forced onto a constitutional republic. As I said before, living in America is a privilege. It's not a right. You do not reward bad behavior by allowing illegal aliens to stay here and then aid and abet them in direct violation of federal law. The proposals in this bill are preempted by President Trump's executive order 14159 and the Immigration Nationality Act and the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution. In fact, this bill calls for Baltimore County employees to engage in some sort of rebellion against the federal government on behalf of people who don't respect our laws enough to enter this country the right way. You were elected to represent legal citizens of this county, not illegal aliens. If you pass this law, you are requiring Baltimore County employees to violate federal law. You want these citizens to interfere with the lawful exercise of federal law enforcement operations. And the ICE police is removing people who are criminals, and any effort to stop them from following federal law is just another campaign to defund the police.
Ms. Hill,
Ms. Hill, respectfully, please conclude your remarks.
2.5 over. Can you?
Okay, so I'll just wrap it up right now and say, we went through, we got our independence from Britain, and because we wanted to be able to have representatives like yourselves represent our interests. This Office of Immigration Affairs and this bill does not represent our interests. And if you want to reduce fear and allow people to be able to go out, I would say reinstate the Police Bill of Rights or put it in Baltimore County so that more police will work here. I thank you very much for your time. I thank Councilman Marks for his representation, and I hope everyone has a very pleasant day.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you very much, Deb, and appreciate your testimony.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Ken Fitch, followed by Kevin Estevez Muniz. And I will note that Mr. Muniz will be the last speaker for Bill 97. So I'm not sure if you want to say something before we begin the speakers on the next bill, Mr. Chair.
I thought Mr. Nunez spoke. Is that a different Mr. Nunez?
No, Mr. Nunez has not. It's Munez with an
Oh,
M.
Munez. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, not Nunez, Munez with an M. That's okay. Mr. Fitch, you're on as a panelist. You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Mr. Fitch, how are you tonight?
Hello.
Mr. Fitch, the floor is yours.
Try it again. Try it again. Can you hear
We
me
can
now?
hear you. Yes, we can.
There you go. I want to thank everybody on the council. Special thanks for David Marks, who is my councilman. He does a fantastic job in that area. Again, Ken Fitch. I sued the state of Maryland for 7 years. They took large drug coverage away from retirees, seniors, people that work for the state of Maryland. And we fought 7 years. We went to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court did not hear our case. I don't know if many other people have a resistance to go that long. Had 48 meetings across the state from Salisbury to Western Maryland, informing seniors. What I want to get to is a lot of you are talking about immigration, who they're removing from Minnesota and removing from Maryland. They're illegals. The difference between that, they're illegals. If you have a nice home and someone breaks in your home, are you going to call the police and tell them, oh, let them stay there? No, you're going to tell the police to get them hell out. Well, guess what? We're all Americans. This is our home. They broke into the country across the border. If they're coming in legally with paperwork, they're immigrants. Big difference. With that being said, I'm against both bills. I don't think they have no place in Baltimore County. If they come in legally, yeah, but not with a lot of these that Trump and his ICE is removing. We need to work with ICE. That's the only reason why these others got shot there. They're trying to go to a house that picks somebody up, and the protesters are out there yelling and screaming and blowing horns. They shouldn't have to. They should went right to the jail and picked them up there. It shouldn't be all this chaotic stuff, and that's what they want to vote on doing here in Baltimore County. It's awful. But I want to wish everybody a nice evening, and thank you for letting me testify. It's been enjoyable sitting here waiting. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch.
Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly, this is our final speaker on Bill 97. Mr. Muniz, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone, Chair and members of the council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is
Welcome,
Kevin
Mr.
Esteves
Munez.
Munoz. Thank you. My name is Kevin Esteves Munoz. I'm a resident of Baltimore County, and I'm also a supervising attorney at Esperanza Center Immigration Legal Services, which is part of Catholic Charities of Baltimore, and 30% of our clients are residents of Baltimore County. We would like to express our support for Bill 9725 and 9825 and commend the council for taking an important step forward toward formally establishing an Office for Immigrant Affairs and clearly outlining protection for our neighbors, as both of these bills align with our mission to empower and improve the lives of immigrants in our community. Bills 97 and 25 and 9825 will allow Baltimore County to build trust with its immigrant community, especially given the current times where trust in government officials is hard to build, given the federal government's actions. As an attorney, I often have clients come to me seeking help in enrolling in schools and obtaining other government services, and being unable to point them in the right direction. Keep in mind that a lot of these immigrants are here legally and are still unable to find these services. And this office will allow them to guide them in the right way, which I'm unable to do. This bill will allow for more integration from the immigrant community in the county, which in turn should result in more participation in civic life, greater access to services, and stronger overall community outcomes. By establishing a permanent Office of Immigrant Affairs, Bill 9725 doesn't just create a symbolic nod to inclusion, it codifies a dedicated office with real staff, resources, and duties to promote the well-being, economic development, and integration of the county's immigrant communities. This office will serve as a consistent bridge between immigrant residents and community and county government, ensuring that policies and programs are informed by the lived experiences of immigrants, that language and cultural barriers are addressed, and that immigrants have trusted points of contact for navigating public services. Additionally, Bill 9825 establishes mechanisms for accountability, like the opportunity for complaints of non-compliance against any county employee who violates the terms and protections mandated, as well as directive to all departments to develop policies consistent with the provisions of this bill within 120 days. Our office has a lot of U-Visa clients who were victims of crime here in the United States and who are often afraid to come forward to the police due to the fear of immigration enforcement. These protections in Bill 9825 will allow our immigrants' neighbors to feel safer and come forward to report crimes, which in turn makes our community safer. I have nothing further to share. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak, and thank you for all of those of you who support this bill. And I just want to say that me and Esperanza Center are in favor of both of these bills. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to move on to the speakers
I did. I thought you would.
for 98?
Yes, let's move on.
Okay. Our
Got
next
a long night ahead of us here.
Mr. Lopez spoke earlier. He did testified on 97, but he is no longer on. So I'm going to go on to the next speaker, who was only also testified on 97, and that was Catalina Rodriguez Lima, but she is no longer on either. So I'll go to the next speaker after that, who is Christine Dunn, and that'll be followed by Alice Barrett. Ms. Dunn, you may begin your testimony and unmute yourself when you're ready.
Great, thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, I'm Reverend Christine Dunn, Interim Vice President of Institutional Advancement of Lutheran Social Services of the National Capital Area, which I will refer to as LSS-NCA. LSS-NCA has offices across the region. In Baltimore County, through our office in Arbutus, we provide workforce development, homelessness prevention, and immigration legal services to new neighbors and others needing support. We have worked closely with the Office of Immigrant Affairs, which connected LSS-NCA with the county's Mobile Career Center, and have partnered with them since April of 2025 to bring this resource to our program participants. LSS-NCA supports Bill 9725, which would codify the creation of funding this office in county code. This legislation would formalize the county's commitment to its immigrant residents, who comprise approximately 12% of the county's population and nearly 20% of its business owners. As many immigrant residents are currently experiencing heightened uncertainty, the office's role in bridging gaps between the immigrant communities and county is more important than ever. Building bridges to resources now ensures the stability and the self-sufficiency of immigrant and mixed status families, creating a strong foundation of future American generations. LSS-NCA also supports the Bill 9825, Protections for Non-U.S. Citizens, which affirms that all county residents, regardless of immigration status, can access county services. The bill appropriately limits inquiries into immigration status and establishes boundaries regarding how the county works with federal immigration enforcement. These provisions promote equitable access to services while fostering trust between the county and immigrant communities. Taken together, these bills advance public trust, community stability, and a shared sense of belonging and safety for all Baltimore County residents. We urge the Council to support both bills, Protecting rights for immigrant neighbors does not diminish the rights of other residents. Rather, it strengthens safety, inclusion, and well-being of the entire community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Alice Barrett, followed by Lucia Torres. Ms. Barrett, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Council. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Alice Barrett, and I am CASA's managing attorney for our immigration legal team. It's a privilege to be able to testify again on behalf of the largest immigrant and working families organization in Maryland and in the region. And I first want to respond to what Mr. Henry spoke to in terms of this and its sister bill 9725 making Baltimore County a test case. As you've heard from some of my fellow supportive speakers, that could not be further from the truth, as Baltimore County will instead be joining sister counties and cities such as Montgomery County, Baltimore City, and others who make sure that our immigrant neighbors are able to access basic information and resources. Similarly, trust acts like Bill 9825 are present and strong in Howard County, Prince George's County, and one is currently being passed in Montgomery County. Since the last time CASA appeared before the Council in support of the protections for Non-U.S. Citizens Act, it has become tragically clear how critical its passage is to upholding all of our constitutional rights. In the past weeks, we've seen ICE killings escalate across the country from Minneapolis to Maryland. I also appreciate the economic perspectives that have been raised. In fact, those suffering the most from this brutality are community members who have worked backbreaking jobs in restaurants, construction, and farms in service of the U.S. economy, all while doing their best to pay taxes. ICE has targeted day laborers relying on Noam Ni Vasquez Perdomo as a green light to arrest and detain people upon mere suspicion alone if they appear to fit the profile of a low-income ethnic minority. Right here in Baltimore County, one of our thousands of CASA Right hotline callers reported being surrounded by unmarked vehicles in front of a Home Depot, along with other day laborers. He had entered as a minor and was in the process of seeking asylum. And sadly, this example only scratches the surface of the reports we've received. As you will hear from our directly impacted community member, Lucia Torres, over the past year, right here in Baltimore County, our community has witnessed ICE separate families, smashing car windows and dragging out breadwinners, then taking them to be held in inhumane detention conditions and deported without due process. In the last year alone, our legal team has served hundreds of Marylanders impacted by detention, including over 150 Baltimore County residents. CASA commends Baltimore County for introducing Bill number 9825, bravely confronting this brutality and making clear that we will not budge on the core values and laws that define our democratic society. The brave of us will not stand idly by while our immigrant brothers and sisters are being beaten, tortured, and disappeared. The brave of us know that criminalizing, brutalizing, and ethnically cleansing the poor leads to wins only for the billionaires. The brave of us join hands with our neighbors, regardless of their race, origin, or socioeconomic class, and rise up in the face of authoritarianism that seeks to pitch us against one another. The Protections for Non-U.S. Citizens Act sends an unequivocal message. Baltimore County will not be complicit in ICE's human rights abuses. While this bill bans ICE collaboration that would circumvent due process, it still allows for legitimate and lawful cooperation with federal authorities, including for criminal law enforcement when there's a valid judicial warrant. It thereby also shields the county from liability by avoiding Fourth Amendment and due process violations. We commend Baltimore County and ask that it codify protections for immigrant community members by passing Bill number 9825. Thank you for your time.
I have a question for Ms. Barrett.
Go ahead, Councilman Marks.
Ms. Barrett, I understand your organization met with some of the council members. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you make an effort to reach out to my office?
I am not aware. I would have to consult with specific members of our policy team to let you know. However, I'm sure that if your office is interested in meeting with us, we would be happy to discuss.
It's just curious because my understanding these meetings have occurred over the past 2 weeks, but we're now at the end of this, and I don't recall getting that invitation. But I just wanted to make sure. I'm hearing a lot of good testimony, and I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, council member, and we'll be sure to follow up with your office. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Ms.
Ms.
Barrett.
Barrett. Oh, Councilman Patoka, go ahead.
Ms. Barrett, I just wanted to thank you for being one of the brave of us. It was well put. Thank you.
Thank you, council member, for your leadership.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms.
Our next-
Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Lucia Torres, followed by Michael Coleman.
Okay.
Ms. Torres, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Buenas noches a todos. Voy a hablar español, es mi lengua materna. Hola, mi nombre es Lucía, residente del condado de Baltimore y líder comunitaria. Soy hondureña y madre de 2 hijos. Vine a los Estados Unidos con un sueño, no solo darle un futuro mejor a mis hijos, sino también para seguir contribuyendo a la educación de los jóvenes y niños en esta comunidad. Soy maestra y graduada universitaria en Honduras, donde estudié en una de las mejores escuelas de educación para obtener mi título de docente. Mi pasión siempre ha sido enseñar, compartir los conocimientos que he adquirido a lo largo de los años. Ahora en este nuevo país estoy en el proceso de validar mi título universitario para poder seguir sirviendo a la comunidad como educadora. Lo que más deseo es tener la oportunidad de dar clases y retribuir un poco de que este país me ha ofrecido. Creo firmemente que la educación es una herramienta poderosa para el cambio y el crecimiento, tanto como personal como comunitario. La ley de confianza es una luz de esperanza para muchos de nosotros, los inmigrantes. Si esta ley se aprueba, significa más oportunidad para quienes como yo queremos contribuir a nuestra comunidad. Nos permitirá trabajar en lo que amamos y ayudar a las futuras generaciones a alcanzar sus sueños. Me siento muy orgullosa de ser parte de esta comunidad y de poder aportar lo que sé. Juntos, con el apoyo de leyes como la ley de confianza, podemos contribuir un futuro donde tengamos la oportunidad de brillar y hacer la diferencia. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. All right, next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Bear with me one moment because I have to change back the closed caption for everyone. Okay. Our next speaker is Michael Coleman, followed by Rabbi Ruth Smith. Mr. Coleman, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready. Mr. Coleman?
All right, Ms. Belcastro, why don't we move on?
Certainly. Do you want me to leave Mr. Coleman in the panelist list in case?
Sure.
Okay. Next speaker is Rabbi Ruth Smith, and then it's followed by Nisha McCoy. Rabbi Smith, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, Rabbi Smith.
Got it. Good evening. Oh, wow. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, well, as you heard, my name is Rabbi Smith. Thank you for me to speak. I am speaking on behalf of Jews United for Justice. JA organizes nearly 1,800 Jews and allies in Baltimore County and thousands more across the nation.
We can't hear you very well, ma'am.
Ms. Smith,
Campaigns-
Rabbi Smith, you're breaking up.
Well, I'm on a computer. So I don't know what to do.
Perhaps if you turned your video off,
Any better?
it would give you bandwidth, Rabbi Smith.
It would give you bandwidth, Rabbi. Great. Let me try. Okay, is that better?
That's
Is that
better. Yes.
That's better. Sorry about that. Okay. So we support local campaigns for social, racial, and economic justice. Jews know what it's like to be strangers in a strange land. Over the decades, we've emigrated, becoming strangers time and time again. And there's a biblical word for someone who comes from away to live and work in a community, and that word is ger. Torah understands that the human tendency to be distrustful of gerim, of people from away. That's why it teaches the ger lo tilchatz, don't oppress the one who has come to live among you. The atem yiratem et nefesh hager, because you know the soul of the ger. Ki gerim hayitem be'eretz Mitzrayim, because you were gerim in the land of Egypt. We want to recognize that we have the experience of being gerim, and we need to do better than what was done to us. That is why this command is repeated a record 36 times, the most to any one command is repeated. Gerim, but you of coming and living among us, become neighbors, and we all know the Torah teaches v'ahavta l're'echa kamocha, love your neighbor as yourself. We are being asked to step up in this moment. JUFJ is proud to endorse Bill 9825, Protections for Non-U.S. Citizens, because it upholds the Jewish value of protecting gerim, the way that the county can strike out against the immoral and most likely unconstitutional policies of the current corrupt federal administration. We can address those who are concerned. And I want to address the concern about federal money. This is a moment that we need to be courageous and stop the Gestapo-like actions of ICE that disrupt our communities. We're also proud to endorse Bill 9720. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go back to Michael Coleman.
Okay.
Mr. Coleman, you're back on. If you'd like to unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Okay, I thank you. I am actually against both bills, and my personal opinion is I feel the bills were constructed from news headlines, not actual news and not what actually is going on. And watching the Wicomico County news conference, I feel that it could interfere with relations between ICE and the police. And as they feel, at the present time, they report when someone's due to get out. They come to a secure and safe situation and remove the person from the country. The other thing that's not mentioned is a lot of cases are already adjudicated in the immigration courts, and what they're talking about is the other court is trying to step in front of them and basically break down that due process. And when it comes to people like Renee Good, I think Officer Caprio. I met her about a week before she died, and she introduced herself by, "You're really stupid, aren't you?" Well, I proved I had the knowledge and the equipment to safely do what I was doing. But I was having a juvenile problem. They basically thought they could kill me. and I wanted to bring her up to date. And her exact response is, I don't want to hear it. Talk to the supervisor. I talked to the supervisor and he just says, look, she has a heart of gold. He talks about her. And one second I said the word juvenile, he goes, look, I got paperwork to do. I will forever regret the word suit yourselves, before I walked away. And unfortunately, a lot of what people are calling murder by ICE is self-defense. Unfortunately, that comes behind the news. I don't want to see Baltimore County get into the same type of situations. I thank you.
Our next speaker is Nisha McCoy. I believe, bear with me one moment. I believe Ms. McCoy is on by phone. I hope this is her.
I am on.
Ms. McCoy?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
All right,
Good
thank
evening,
you.
Ms. McCoy.
Good evening, Councilman.
The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Yes, my name is Naisha McCoy. I want to say thank you to the council for allowing me to testify tonight. I will begin by saying, while people debate the legality of non-citizens, I am reminded of a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., letter from a Birmingham jail, which was written during a time of racial tension. Dr. King said, oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. The yearning for freedom eventually manifests itself. This same quote can be applied to the issue of immigration rights and protection, because immigrants, both legal and undocumented, come to the United States with a dream of a better opportunity for themselves and their families, and the overly aggressive tactics employed by ICE and Border Patrol that have been allowed by the Trump administration have created an impediment to their goal of a better life for themselves and their families. Donald Trump campaign's promise on immigration was to go after the worst of the worst. He is not keeping that promise. Instead, Donald Trump, his senior advisor Stephen Miller, and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem have allowed ICE and Border Patrol to take a gloves-off approach and use overly aggressive tactics such as profiling and other unconstitutional methods to target immigrants regardless of citizenship status. ICE and Border Patrol have legally detained immigrants because they speak with an accent. They have detained immigrants at immigration hearings without due process of law. The Fifth and 14th Amendment due process clauses prohibit the deprivation of life, liberty, or property by the federal and state government. Therefore, immigrants, regardless of citizenship status, are entitled to the same rights as United States citizens. Baltimore County has a moral imperative to stand up and not accept these unconstitutional methods against our immigrant neighbors who are coming to the United States for better opportunities or to escape an oppressive government, violence, or their own impoverished country. ICE and Border Patrol are doing more harm than good to public safety when they are held unaccountable for their actions. I urge this council to support Bill 9825. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. We appreciate you being here tonight, and we appreciate your testimony. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ariel Jaberg, followed by Bridge Dumais.
Okay, great.
You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, council members.
Good
Thank you
evening.
for the opportunity. And thank you for allowing the public to speak at this session. I'm a county resident, a homeowner, and a mother. I live in District 5. I share my neighbor's appreciation for Councilman Marks, but I do not agree with them. I am, in all matters, I'm fully in support of this bill. I'm a descendant of immigrants, so I believe that immigrants have always been a thread that's woven into the American tapestry. But I'd like to describe something different, the economic aspect of this bill. Currently, my child and I visit county playgrounds, and we make numerous trips to the libraries, and we trek through parks, and we attend programs by Rec and Parks, which, as you discussed at the beginning of the meeting, are wonderful. But if ICE activity increases in Baltimore County with their actions supported by Baltimore County's resources, I will cease these activities out of fear that my child will witness gun violence or physical violence by ICE, and fear that my child and I could be caught up in that violence. My family's experience differs greatly from immigrant families, but recent events have also shown that anyone can be harmed. And without this bill, the working relationship between Baltimore County and ICE is very unclear, as previous speakers have mentioned. I won't be the only mother who is keeping my family home. The county will still be paying for the library, for the parks, for the recreation centers. But will people be using the services? You're not going to notice my absence alone, but you will notice when thousands of parents stop their daily and their weekly activities, which often involve spending money in the county. There was an economic analysis of Towson Library, and that analysis found that if you went to the library, you often also went to local restaurants, to grocery stores, to gas stations, to parking garages. I can attest to that. If you're already out, why not add another stop? That generated millions of dollars in direct and indirect economic impact. But if Baltimore County's resources contribute to ICE agents' activities, we will drastically reduce our participation. I strongly, strongly urge you to support these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great night. Ms. Belkester, next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is Bridge Dumais, followed by Kalinda Thayer.
Okay, great.
Dumais, when you're ready, you can unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Good evening, Ms. Dumais.
Good evening, Council Chair, members of the Baltimore County Council. My name is Bridge Dumais. I am a homeowner in Councilman Catch's district, and I am also the political coordinator with 1199 SEIU, United Healthcare Workers East. We are the largest healthcare workers union in the nation, representing 2,000 members in Baltimore County's hospitals, long-term care facilities, and federally qualified health centers. And tonight, I am not reading a pre-scripted testimony. I'm here speaking from the heart because my heart is broken when I think about families that are being ripped apart from each other, when I think about the terror that children are experiencing, and when I think about those who have died in ICE custody due to lack of health care. And when I think about people who are executed in the streets for saying that that is not the kind of country that we want to live in. So I just want to hold space for a moment for everyone listening to feel that. The antidote to that heartbreak and what keeps me going is a vision for a better future for all of us, where every human being gets to live with dignity, where everyone has access to healthcare and affordable housing and strong communities. We have an opportunity in Baltimore County to mitigate some of the harms that ICE is causing on behalf of the federal administration by passing Bill 9825 and Bill 9725. So I encourage all members of the County Council to remember that here in Baltimore County, we value human dignity, we value access to healthcare, and we value due process and safe communities for everyone. And that's why 1199 is proud to support both Bill 98 and Bill 97. And something else that I want to speak to with the remainder of my time is the changing nature about who is allowed to be here. To be clear, someone's citizenship status is not what determines their ability to have human dignity or due process. Those things are a given no matter where someone was born and what their documentation status is. But I want to remind folks that under this administration, even documented status is changing rapidly. The ability to apply for asylum at the border and come here, quote unquote, the right way was eliminated by executive order. Visas are being revoked from students for practicing free speech, which is one of our fundamental freedoms. And thousands and thousands and thousands of healthcare workers are about to lose legal status when temporary protective status for Haitian immigrants expires next week. Now, how does that impact us? People who are not immigrants, who maybe think, oh, this is something that just doesn't affect me at all. Over 25% of the workforce in the state of Maryland are immigrants. From the environmental service worker who cleans out the room in the hospital to make sure that you have a sanitary place to stay while you heal, all the way up to a doctor performing surgery. Immigrants make up the entire care team. Many are afraid that their current legal protected status that they have today will be gone tomorrow. And then the very people who are caring for you and your loved ones when you are ill also become targets. So please, let us do better in our county. Both of these bills are about protecting workers, safeguarding county resources, keeping families together, and ensuring that everyone can access healthcare without fear. So please vote yes on Bill 98 and Bill 9725. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Dumais. All right, Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Bear with me one moment.
Ms. Thayer, I believe.
Yes, but I don't think she's on anymore because I just lost her. Let's see real quick. Oh, there she is. Our next speaker is Kalinda Thayer, followed by our last speaker this evening, Anita Tolson. Ms. Thayer, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, y'all. Can I have a thumbs up if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I apologize. I would normally be dressed a little more formally for the occasion, but I am putting to bed a very feisty 3-year-old. So please forgive me for that. Thank you so much, council members, neighbors, fellow speakers, and especially thanks y'all who are still here for being here for the long haul, because this matters a lot. And I'm glad that we're able to talk about it. My name is Kalinda Thayer, but please call me Callie. I live in Parkville. And I am speaking today in high favor of Bill 97 and 9825. Specifically, I'd like to talk right now about 9825, how citizenship information should be kept private and not be the target of discrimination. I'm speaking in favor of this particular bill for 3 reasons. That's the legal, the practical, and the personal. The first is the legal one, which just brings Baltimore County into alignment with other legal practices for other peer counties and the rest of the nation, concerning who and how personal information is shared. We already do this with other personal information. Simply put, your information is yours. No one should get to share it but you if you choose to. Doctors can't share your medical information. A school teacher can't share your students' grades. These protections safeguard not only our own privacy, but people's lives, careers, their personhood, their safety, and their social standing. In the same way, this bill would ensure that in Baltimore County, a person's citizenship is their information to disclose and not someone else's. The second reason I'm in favor of this bill is a practical one. Citizenship information changes fast and often. I have worked with international students for the last 15 years, which includes the international student visa process, which is very complex. And if you've never had to wake up every day and check the CBIS database first thing in the morning for the last 15 years, it's really hard to know how quickly this information can change. So in a very practical level, agencies that work with citizenship data should only be using the fully up-to-date data available through official channels, not information passed between departments or people that may be inaccurate or out of date. Simply put, this leads to a lot of wasted time. It's very possible that a person's citizenship status could change between the time that information is passed on to an immigration service officer and when they act on that information. Let's make sure that we're working with accurate information. And I apologize for going over time, but finally, the third reason that I'm here to support this bill is personal. There has already been a massive amount of fantastic testimony, way better worded than I could ever put it. But I want to speak on behalf of my students. We've seen over the last several years as immigration enforcement has ramped up both its presence and its violence in its efforts, leaking unverified, inaccurate, inappropriate information about a person's citizenship status. It can be a threat to their safety in the same way that leaking a person's HIV status or sexuality could have been 10, 20 years ago, even now. I really hope that Baltimore County will continue to be a place that protects all of the people who contribute to this amazing and supportive community. Just as it welcomed my family, I am looking forward to welcoming other families, regardless of what their statuses are, because that is none of my business. Thank you all for your time, for staying here longer, for listening to me, and for supporting Bills 97 and 9825.
Thanks, Ms. Thayer. Have a great night.
Mr. Chair, I misspoke.
Yeah, there's a
next
couple.
Yes, there's a couple speakers after Dr. Danita Tolson, followed by Kim Jensen, who I believe is on by phone, and then the last speaker is Derek Miller this evening.
Okay.
Dr. Tolson, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Tolson.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As you know, I am a Baltimore County resident. I would like to speak briefly on support of the companion bills 9825, protections from non-U.S. citizens, and the bill 9725 of the Office of Immigrant Affairs. I believe that all minorities and immigrants should have fair and equitable treatment. Each Baltimore County resident should feel safe to go outside their homes, go to school, and seek health care, and to go to church and not be mistreated. I want to say thank you to Ms. Blaylock, who was also another registered nurse who was on the call, and Ms. Dumas, who just spoke. As you know, I am a registered nurse, and being as a registered nurse, we know when immigrants are afraid to seek health care, it can decrease prenatal care, it can increase potential illnesses. And I seek that we support these bills. We watch on TV and social media the videos of ICE attacking immigrants, citizens, churches, people who simply just want to help. I believe these companion bills are a start to moving Baltimore County in the right direction. And thank you for allowing me to speak. I am in support of the bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tolson.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Belkacem, next speaker.
Our next speaker, who I believe is on by phone, is Kim Jensen, and that would be followed by our last speaker this evening, who is Derek Miller. Ms. Jensen?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may begin your testimony.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and for staying this late and for introducing such important bills. I'm going to try and keep it brief. I am I live in the city, but I teach at the Community College of Baltimore County, so I'm deeply invested in the safety and education of our youth in the county. And I just wanted to call and say I'm majorly in support of these two initiatives. I think they're really important. As we've seen in Minneapolis, the way that ICE is conducting these raids has been illegal in many cases. They're painting with a broad brush the immigrant community as illegal, whereas they have been rounding up and conducting raids on all kinds of people and stopping people for being brown, stopping people for being Asian, picking up US citizens, raiding people because they think there might be someone there and bashing down the doors. And the way that ICE is out of control, I don't think Baltimore County can trust in any way, shape, or form, or should collaborate in any way, shape, or form with the way they're defying judges' orders and the way they're not using rule of law and making warrantless searches. The whole thing is completely lawless and would be devastating if they were to conduct themselves in the county as they have been in other places. So I want to quickly just address, earlier there were people who called in and that were talking about immigrants as if they're illegal invaders. That's not the case. The immigrant community is such a powerful and important part of our county, of our school system, of the CCBC. There's so many countless ways that immigrants contribute economically and culturally and educationally and in all of our institutions. Demonizing people who are here for the most part legally it's not acceptable. It's dangerous, and frankly, it's racist. The Trump administration has been painting everybody as if everyone who's not a citizen. I think this is one of the most dangerous aspects of what we've seen, is that they've given carte blanche to round up people who simply don't have a passport, ignoring the fact of how many different legal avenues and different visas that people are on. And it's created a situation of extreme terror for communities where people are simply afraid to go outside, kids can't go to school. So again, back to my role as a community college educator, I want my students from wherever they come from to feel supported by the county, to be supported by the institutions in the county and our college. And that cannot happen in any way, shape, or form if the county is collaborating with ICE right now. So thank you so much for hearing me out.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for hanging in with us. Ms. Bel Castro.
Yes, our last speaker was Derek Miller. I have been unable to locate Mr. Miller by telephone or by his name in the attendee list. So I would think that would conclude the speakers for this evening, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How about Kim Jensen?
That's who just spoke.
Oh, that was Miss Jen. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. And then Mr. Fitch spoke on both bills earlier when we called Bill 97. So then that would leave Mr. Miller, who I cannot locate.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that will conclude our meeting tonight. I'd say be safe going home if you aren't home, but I think most of you are. So have a great night, and we'll see everybody soon.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilman Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody for testifying this evening, and really appreciate them hanging in there, sharing their stories. I just wanted to make a statement that I am deeply, deeply, deeply concerned about the behavior of ICE, and I am deeply concerned about our country. I stand with the immigrant community, and I support people that have come to this country looking for a better life to feed their family. But when I look around and see Renee Good being killed, Alex Preddy being killed, and with little or no investigation, when I see ICE with a policy that they're allowed to enter someone's home without a warrant. I mean, these are the bedrocks that this country is founded on. When I see ICE is able to go around with masks on and detain American citizens who don't have their papers, in some cases who do have their papers, they just, I mean, I just wonder, where are the patriots? Where are the patriots? Forget about Republican and Democrat, whether you support Trump or not. Where are the patriots who believe in America, who believe in the Constitution, who believe in the rights of the people that live here? So that's my 2 cents. And I just wanted to get it off my chest. But thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for giving me an opportunity to add that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chair, I'll just say that we all have an opportunity to be the patriots right now with these 2 bills. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Patoka. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a great night, and we'll see you soon.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Good
Okay.
night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night, everyone.